Welcome, everyone, and good afternoon. We'll start the meeting, and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission. I'm Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of Knoxville, Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll now ask Mr. DeArmond to call the roll.
Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Huber.
Here.
Commissioner Browning.
Here.
Commissioner Levinson.
Here.
Commissioner Boyer.
Here.
Commissioner Barger is excused. Commissioner Overton.
Here.
Commissioner Perez.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Biggs.
Here.
Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Gill.
Here.
Commissioner Adams.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
That's 14 present, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DeArmond. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to our community. Now, a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I will read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address the commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I'll then ask other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Please note that a timer will be displayed on the screen above me showing your remaining time. Applicants and citizens who register to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. Those who have registered to speak online do not need to sign in at the podium. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I'll then indicate when it's time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If the Planning Commission decision on that item is appealed and we need to notify you, we cannot do so without your name and address. Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items that we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. If you have any items that you'd like to make a part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share or just ask or deliver to one of the staff members. I hope all of you have reviewed the agenda package from Planning's website. In addition to the agenda, there is information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action by City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or their representative must, and I repeat must, be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered, or the case, at minimum, will be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, please contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Huber leads us in the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father, bless this community. Help to ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda are the postponement and withdrawal lists, and I'll read these lists separately. Under automatic postponements, item 25, final plat of Duncan Farm subdivision. Item 29, Thomas Brandon. Item 31, Dwayne Hicks. Under automatic withdrawals, we have item 5, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item 12, Ralph Smith, PLS. Item 17, 355 South Gallagher View Road. Under 30-day postponements, these are items that will be voted on to be postponed. Item 19, Shailesh Patel, the 9 Group. Item 24, final plat of Strawberry Hill Subdivision, Phase 3, Section B. Item 39, Benjamin C. Mullins, 11538, 11546 Snyder Road. Are there any requests to postpone any item?
Matthew Tinkham, Jr., I represent the Grace Seventh-day Adventist Church, and we'd like to postpone our agenda item for 60 days if we could, actually,
60-day postponement.
to be heard at the July meeting.
Is that item 30?
Item 30. Yes, I got you.
Item 30, sorry.
Okay, any other postponements? Thank you for your request. Councilor Mullins.
Thank you, Chair Hill. I would like to postpone for 30 days agenda items number 8 and 34.
8 and 34.
You said 30.
30-day postponements, right? That's
Yes,
your
sir.
request?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other requests for 30-day postponements? We'll set aside that 160-day request until the next items are read, but for now, the chair will entertain a motion for 30-day postponements that were listed on the agenda and then added item 8 and 34. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to 60-day postponements. Item 43, the Ridge at Neal's Landing. And then we are adding a request of item 30. Chair will entertain a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We have no 90-day postponements. Under withdrawals, item 36, Trent G. Harrell. Are there any requests to withdraw an item? Any requests to withdraw? If not, Chair will entertain a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Under tablings, item 10, Linda Gass. Item 52, Tracy Smith. Are there any items to be removed from the table? All right, Chair will entertain a motion. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Adams on the items under tablings. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's see here. On the consent list, do we have any recusals on commission here? We have one. Commissioner Higgins will be recusing himself on the consent list. I'll explain the consent list. These are items marked with a C. They are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in order that they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. So if it is voted on in the consent list and you sit here the whole meeting expecting to discuss it, it won't be there. And we've seen that several times. So please listen carefully. Item 2, approval of May 8, 2025 agenda. Item 3, approval of April 10, 2025 minutes. Item 6, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item 15, Savannah Reyes Dixon. Item 16, Bahan Singh. Item 18, Tim Miner. Item 21, Tiffany Dowdy. Item 22, City of Knoxville. Item 23, final plat of Sycamore Estates, formerly known as Sycamore Breeze Estates. Item 26, final plat of Reserve at Hickory Creek, Unit 3. Item 27, final plat of Prices Point Subdivision, Unit 1. Item 33, Doran Meehan. Item 37, Gabriella Sharman. Item 38, Noah Hudson. Item 42, Matthew Regas. Item 44, Shipe Road Subdivision. Item 48, Pickens Gap Road Subdivision. Item 50, Cafe International LLC, care of Randy Gennard. Item 51, Daniel Paget, Paget Properties. Item 53, Zeb Beeson. Item 54, Ryan Lynch. Item 55, Oleg Zayats. Item 56, Bozidar Enchev. Item 57, Jordan Sperling. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent list? We have a request to remove item 55. Item 55. Any other request? Any other request to remove from the consent list that you may want to discuss or speak on? Please come before the podium, please. We can all hear you. Thank you.
I am number 56, and I don't know what that means.
Okay. Item 56 means we're going to vote on it, and if these pass as a package, then that's it. Our part is done.
I cannot speak.
If
For
you
or
want,
against?
if you want to take it off consent and speak, otherwise it will be approved. That's okay. We're learning. That's all right. Okay, so
I'm here regarding.
please come,
55.
please approach your podium, and if you'll let us know so we can all hear.
Well, I've only been here one time in my lifetime of being a Tennessee resident. You're saying that that's been removed from the request?
Item 55 will be heard item 56.
No, I'm
in order-
55.
In order, yeah, 56 will be heard. 55 will,
No.
55 will, has been pulled off consent. It will be heard. 56 will remain on consent.
I didn't know if they were calling that off or not. Like I said, I'm new to politics.
Which
I
item,
vote.
which item are you concerned with?
The 55, building the
Okay.
duplex on Campbell Station,
Okay.
right where they put the new turn sign in.
You'll be able to comment on that
I
because it
requested
has been
that.
removed and we will hear it.
Okay. Just
Thank
didn't
you.
understand. Thank you.
Thank you. 55, yeah, 55. Any other requests? So, what? Okay, do we have someone? Okay, yeah, please approach the podium so we can all hear.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Regarding Murray Drive, I think it was item 18, 17, 18.
Item 18. Item
15.
15? Okay, let's see here.
Savannah
Item
Reyes.
15 is on the consent list. If you want to discuss it, we would need a request to remove it. Do you want to discuss it?
I do.
Okay, then we'll add that one. Item 15 has been requested to be removed from the consent list. So we have item 15 and item 55. And when it comes up, item 15, then you'll have the opportunity to speak. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other requests? Any other requests? Last call. All right, Chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent list and removing item 15 and item 55. We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Adams, to approve the consent list, including the removal of items 15 and 55. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right. Agenda item 7 is where we will begin. Subdivision is re-subdivision of Ridgefield Addition, Lot 74. Applicant developer, Stephen Abbott Jr. Location, northwest side of Wallwood Road between Clinton Highway and Ridgefield Road. Approximate acreage, .578 acres, 3 lots. Zoning is RN2. Variance is required. Accepted without surveying. Allow the subdivision plat be accepted without surveying the remainder of the original tract. Staff recommendation, and this will require 2 motions. Let's see here. Staff recommendation is approve the variance for plat approval without the benefit of a survey of Lot 74 Ridgefield Addition subdivision based on the noted evidence of hardship, and there are 3 items noting those hardships. Motion 2, recommendation is approve the final plat for 3 lots in the RN2 district. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Franco Aracosi, 1327 West Baxter Avenue.
All right. And do we have opposition? Any opposition to this case? Seeing no opposition, would you like to comment or present your case?
No, we're just subdividing 3 lots.
Okay. Commission?
Motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Browning to approve. We've got 2 motions here, so we'll start with the variance. Are you referring to the variance? Okay, all right. To approve the variance. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion unless there's discussion on the final plat.
Motion to approve the final plat.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Browning to approve the final plat for 3 lots in the RN2 district per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. On to agenda item number 8. Oh, what?
8 was postponed.
Oh. 8 was postponed. All right, we'll go on to number 9. Applicant is Alex Bodizit. Location, north side of Ball Camp Pike, west of Hazelwood Road. Approximate size of tract, 2.76 acres. Present plan and zoning designation is low-density residential, single-family residential. Proposed plan designation is medium-density residential. Existing land use, rural residential. This will require 3 motions. Motion 1, staff recommendation. Approve medium-density residential land use classification because it is supported by public infrastructure improvements. Motion number 2, regarding the one-year plan, approve medium-density residential land use classification because it is supported by public infrastructure improvements. Motion 3, rezoning, approve general residential neighborhood, RN3 district, because it is compatible with surrounding infrastructure and amenities. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
All right, and do we have opposition? Looks like we've got about 7. And 7 that want to speak and many more that want to raise their hands. So would you like to proceed or defer?
Just briefly proceed and then defer the rest of my time just to address the opposition's comments. We appreciate staff's work on this. We appreciate staff's recommendation for approval, and we ask that you would approve per staff's recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, first to sign up, we have Mr. Greg Harris. Is Mr. Harris here?
Hi. Hey, thank you all for letting us submit forms. I submitted 4. I hope you all received them and had a chance to look at them. Since we have limited time, I can't address them all, but.
Mr. Harris, just for the record, would you state your name and address,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry.
That's all
Greg
right.
Harris, 3201 Kingsmore Drive, Knoxville, 37921. There's one item I want to look at real quickly if we could. It's under the section percent of the city Knoxville zoning ordinance 16.1 point E. All of the following conditions must be met for all rezoning. The applicant states the property separation from the established single-family neighborhoods of West Haven Village and Northwest Hills and its direct access to a classified street. There are no negative impacts anticipated to occur with more residential intensity here. On the overhead rezoning map you just showed, if you see it before with the prints or the L1s and the LDRs and so on, the map printed on 3/27/25 of the application clearly shows at least 11 different homes will be connected to the applicant's property. I walked the property of lot number 42, and the applicant's property runs parallel with lot 42, almost a full length. This is not a separation, this is a lifelong marriage. There's at least 10 more properties or houses that connect to this property. I am convinced that this application clearly shows the applicant's plans to build townhouses. He has made the statement, houses and duplexes don't generate the revenue that townhouses do. Almost all of his application to me is just mere fluff. The same wordage time and time again with a lot of hopeful plans that looks good on paper, but have no real facts. I've stated the facts to the documents that I submitted. The bottom line here is, in order for him to build townhouses, he needs to change the entire structure of several existing neighborhoods and subdivisions. Change an amendment from an LDR to an MDR, rezone an entire established area from an R1 and R2 to an RN3. But I guess it doesn't matter that there's no sidewalks for pedestrians. It doesn't matter that there will be major impact on the school systems. It probably doesn't matter either that there's no crosswalks, flashing lights to protect children, adults wanting to cross Ball Camp Pike, and no safe walking to any parks, schools, or stores, etc. Doesn't matter that Ball Camp Pike will have to somehow accommodate more traffic, school buses, and there's still no traffic studies have been performed. Doesn't matter that the said property is going to be in adjoining at least to 7 other residents or 11 other properties in a lifelong marriage. Well, it matters to us. To me, this application should be denied just for not caring about the impact he's trying to make on the established neighborhoods. But it must be denied for not meeting all, and all means all, and that's all it means, of the requirements of section 16.1 or 16.1 point E. I understand the pressure you all are under trying to meet the growing populace that we're having, this crisis of housings. Rezoning and amendment changes are and will be necessary to meet growing housing crisis that we're in. This is not one of those cases, though. Common sense needs to be used here. Go and look at what he's proposing and ask yourself, would I let my kids cross Ball Camp Pike or walk to the nearest park or school? I'm asking the board to deny this application. If the applicant can change zoning, who's to say that they won't, or him or someone else, start buying up more homes to do exactly what he's wanting to do? The City of Knoxville zoning ordinance 16.1.e, all of the following must be met for rezoning. I'm asking for all of you to do the right thing here and deny the application.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Adrian McNaughton, would you like to speak?
I can pass to somebody else.
Okay, John Turnbull? John Turnbull.
John Turnbull, 3136 Kingsmore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee. This applicant is currently and has been in direct violation of zoning laws since 12/9/24. There's an open case against him. I mean, does that matter at all? Does that mean they can turn around and apply just so they can get a law changed while they're in current violation? I mean, they're disrespecting you all, me, our whole neighborhood, all of Knoxville. They're currently, in my opinion, still violating it. If you're not aware, they're not posting their signs properly, and that's been posted up on the documents page of your webpage there. One justification was that the subject property is there to the south. There's duplexes, okay? To the south is a real long comment. I mean, a real long area. I mean, that could be in Florida. I'm unaware of any duplexes that whatever you all are speaking of. So,
Mr. Turnbull, I'll give you just a little more time. We do have others that need to speak, and I hope that we'll all be respectful to give each other equal time.
I'll be quick.
Yeah, okay.
This amounts to spot zoning, in my opinion, which it is ridiculous. If you look at all the house, everything around it is a single-family dwelling. The level of noise pollution in that area is almost, well, it's not almost, I have to listen to white noise every night because of loud trains going through, the recycling plant, Western Avenue, super loud with unmuffled cars and whatnot. And also, the document to approve this has already been sort of put on the internet. It's already been written up. It's on posted on your website. I mean, is that a common practice? You all write up a pre-approval letter and have it waiting? I mean, that's what I'm wondering.
I'm not clear on what you're talking about.
Well, there's a document on there
We have staff recommendations, and then we make the decision based on the plans that guide us.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, long story short, this is equivalent to this person, from what I've understand, they've told us in general that they're planning on flipping the property. I mean, that's my opinion of what I've been told. And this is essentially just handing cash to somebody who's going to have zero interest in the long-term impact of this thing, let alone potential flooding from potentially 39 dwellings on that property. With all the cement, it's just ridiculous.
Thank you. And just for the public knowledge, you know, we're guided by a number of plans, from the general plan, the comprehensive land use plan, to the zoning ordinances. So, you know, that's where our decisions are basically rooted or guided by. So how many others do we have to speak on this matter? I see four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I've got Christopher Boyd, Aaron Christner, Gail Frank, and those are the 3 that I have. Did someone else sign up and that didn't make it to the list here, or because I thought I saw 5 hands?
I did sign up, and I will speak after everybody else, if I have the opportunity.
Okay, so we've already stretched our boundaries of our rules here. Let's give, and please be respectful, I'm gonna give each person 45 seconds to comment, okay? And I'm not being mean, I'm being generous here, okay? Because we're going probably more than twice our time here. So let's go with Christopher Boyd.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. I'm Christopher Boyd. I live at 3243 Kingsmore Drive. And Exhibit C was added to the report to denote proposed improvements. And the only improvement close to the property is at the intersection of Western Avenue and Copper Kettle Street. That is not safely accessible from the property. There are no sidewalks, as Greg has mentioned, on Ball Camp. There are no crosswalks on Ball Camp. The only sidewalk referenced in the report is on Hinton Drive. And after school, there is nonstop traffic along Ball Camp, and cars often exceed 50 miles per hour. Would you let your children cross that street? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Aaron Christner? Oh,
Thank you, Commissioner. May I approach and hand these out real quick?
sure, if you'll give it to one of the staff members.
Mr. Turnbull is the one who spoke, right? He said he was going to be.
Correct.
Okay.
So Aaron Christner, 3210 Kingsmore Drive. Be very quick. Thank you so much for listening to us. This proposed zoning does not match anywhere in the area. You can see it's all RN1, RN2. The duplex that's referred to is a halfway house right there on the road, right near opposite the O. It was built as a split level home. You wouldn't know that unless you lived around there. The pictures that are being handed out, that's any particular weekday traffic in the morning. To allow this density in the proposal will drastically change the character of the area. It goes against the city's and county's adopted land use plan. This is all low-density residential. The sidewalks that are mentioned on Ball Camp are on the opposite side where the ball fields are, the opposite side of Ball Camp. There are no sidewalks over there or lights. There are already people who have moved here within the last year who want to move out because of developments like this, and on Ebenezer, Westland, Emory Road. That's not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christner. How about Gail Frank?
Hi, Gail Frank. I live at 4510 Kinlock Lane. This development does not belong at this location. It would drastically change the character of the area. It's surrounded by single-family homes, and Ball Camp Pike is a minor collector road with private driveways and no option for sidewalks or crosswalks. This is spot zoning, changing one parcel in a way that benefits a private owner, not the public. Our concern is traffic, drainage, and the environment. This project will take away nearly 2 acres of trees and put multiple buildings and parking lots in our backyards. I have a petition here with 97 signatures that are opposed to this. Changing this to MDR would contradict the city's vision for the area and open the door to more development. If the plan can be changed parcel by parcel, it undermines the point of long-term planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Do you care about our petition?
You're welcome to give it to staff
Okay.
if you so choose. Ms. McNaughton, is that right? Counselor, you'll be given equal additional time if you so choose.
Hi, thank you so much for being here today. I want to speak quickly about the effects of construction on the physical, mental, and emotional health of surrounding communities that are nearby. Building a 3-bedroom home takes roughly 8 months. A 30-unit complex, we're looking at 18 months. There are multiple studies on cardiovascular issues, mental health problems, sleep disruption, communication difficulties, reduced productivity, increased stress and irritability. Let's not forget about people with post-traumatic stress, which may live near the area, autism, and ADHD. I, for one, work nights and would love to sleep during the daytime. I know construction is allowed to begin pretty early, and I've lived next to construction zones before, and it has a negative consequence on those of us who work in these necessary fields.
Thank you,
I'm
Ms.
sure you
McNaughton.
want doctors and nurses that are alert.
Well, you bet you we do. Thank you. Councilor Mullins?
Thank you. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. You'll recall this application was postponed last month to allow the applicant a chance to meet with the neighbors. I did get retained after that postponement, and I reached out to Mr. Harris to set up a neighborhood meeting. We had one set up for this Tuesday night. They wanted to wait. They had a general neighborhood meeting set up over the weekend. They wanted to have that neighborhood meeting first before sitting down and meeting with me and the engineer. They then subsequently canceled that meeting, so we did not get a chance to meet with them. We would still like to have the opportunity to meet with them moving forward on this if they would be interested. Staff set out the framework for approving the sector plan, the one-year plan amendment, and ultimately the rezoning. I couldn't say it better than what staff did. I do want to comment a couple of things that the opposition noted. I said there's no sidewalks here. There's no sidewalks on Ball Camp, but the stretch of Hinton does have a sidewalk which goes down to a bus station, which is one of the things that staff noted as to why medium-density residential would be appropriate in this area. They focused a lot on the neighborhoods that are around there and the type of residences. Both the RN1 zoning and the RN2 zoning allow single-family residential, and they allow duplexes as a special use. There might not be that many duplexes currently developed in the area, but the zoning that is in their neighborhoods will allow duplexes to be built. Townhomes are allowed in the RN3 zone on a special use application, which, as all y'all know, but for the benefit of the neighbors behind me, that means that whatever comes forward with, if it's going to be a townhome, that would have to come back through this body. There'd be those very specific plans put in place, exactly what the access is, the exact number of units, the setbacks, everything that is required. And there's quite a bit that would be required for a townhome. There's quite a bit of use standards for townhome development. Principal use standards 9.3.I requires a landscape plan, requires buffer yards. There's a photometric lighting plan that is required if you were to move forward with a townhome in the RN3. So the more intense the townhome development, if that's what is going to go on there, would be something that they would have an opportunity to look at, comment on, oppose, talk to the developer as we move forward. And I think that is important because we are still open to having that conversation. That has been the intent of Mr. Bodizat. He is a local developer. I've represented him in other cases. He has developed properties on Ball Camp Pike before. He's developed single-family residences. He's developed townhomes. He's developed duplexes. He's developed multifamily, small multifamily. But he is a local developer and works here in the area. It's not some out-of-town person. And he doesn't have the intent to flip this, not that I've been told. But regardless, whatever will be done would need a development plan to move forward, especially if it is the townhome development. You know, I did see there was a lot of comments online, a lot of comments that were posted, concerns about property values, concerns about the traffic. Ball Camp Road is a major collector there and, again, has direct access less than 1,000 feet to Western Avenue, which is a major arterial. These are the types of things that, you know, staff looks for when they're looking at opportunities for infill development. This would be considered an infill development because it's a larger parcel, 2.76 acres, that currently, you know, has really only been developed for a small home on it. So, again, staff, I think, did an excellent job making this recommendation. We'd be happy to answer any questions, but again, this does check all the boxes, and all does mean all, and I do appreciate this, but it does check all the boxes as to why we would want to change the sector plan, change the one-year plan, and ultimately change the rezoning on this property to allow there to be, you know, more of a diversity of the housing stock on the property than what is currently allowed with the RN1 zoning. The middle form housing is something that the city has been looking to try to increase and encourage. There's economies of scale. It helps address a housing need while keeping the housing more attainable to people like nurses and other people that need more affordable homes. Would still like an opportunity to talk to the neighbors and hear their concerns. But for today, I would ask that you follow staff's recommendation and approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission? Commissioner Anderson.
I think that opposition has raised a lot of concerns that are valid, and some have to do with the area in general, and some have to do with this development of this property. But I think that staff's recommendation is correct in my view. And so I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the MDR land use classification as per staff recommendation.
I'll second that, and I've got a comment too.
All right, okay, there, Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, and I'd like to echo Commissioner Anderson's thoughts on that. But one thing that comes back to me, and some of you guys might have been around it, or maybe not have been, for the recode of when they went through the city rezoning and recode. And originally RN3 was designed and anticipated to be in low-density residential. There was a lot of discussion about it because it does allow townhomes. And, kind of at the last minute, it was removed and put into a medium-density classification. Now, what I see here is that because of that, they've had to go through an extra layer of, scrutiny. And even past that, this will have to go through another layer of scrutiny with a special use if it is townhomes, because that's still required in the RN3. There's even still some talk at City Council about, pulling the RN3 back down into low-density residential. So just to give a little background on that, and I don't disagree. I don't think there's a big difference between, a nice townhome and a nice single-family home. I think it fits well here. So,
All right.
thank you.
Commissioner Biggs.
Just had a question. If this does come back in front of us for special use, if there's a townhome plan proposed, at that point in time, would we be able to, require or suggest, sidewalks that would be part of that plan, fronting the property with a, potential connection across to Hinton? Is that something that's within the purview of this body? I'm getting ahead of myself here, but just curious.
Director Brooks, you want to handle that?
Yeah, you can make recommendations of conditions of approval once it gets to that stage, but we'd want to coordinate with city engineering about things like infrastructure improvements.
Yep, understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Midas.
I just wanted to, I feel for the residents. Construction's never easy, especially when it's behind you. The noise, all that is just legitimate concerns. That could happen if they redevelop it as a single family or as a duplex. I have a set of townhomes behind me where I live. I live in a single family house. And I will say, it's part of the quieter part of our neighborhood because it's a lot of single residents that are older. Commissioner Huber mentioned the fact that there'd be a nice variety of housing types. My mom, who was 93 years old, bought one of those and spent the last 3 years of her life there. And it was such a blessing to my family. And I think it could be a blessing to a lot of families, including your own. But I will be supporting this, and I appreciate your coming out today.
Okay, so seeing no other lights, related to the sector plan, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Vice Chair Huber, to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion regarding the one-year plan.
Working on it.
This will require a total of 3 motions.
Make a motion to approve the one-year plan per staff's recommendation.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Vice Chair Huber, to approve medium-density residential land use classification because it's supported by public infrastructure improvements. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Chair will entertain a motion on rezoning.
I'll make a motion to approve the RN3 General Residential Neighborhood District because it's compatible with the surrounding infrastructure and amenities.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Vice Chair Huber, to approve the RN3 district because it is compatible with surrounding infrastructure and amenities.
Thank you for listening.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to agenda item 11. Applicant Amy Sherrill, location north side of Kingston Pike, west of Towanda Trail Terminus. Approximate size of tract 1.46 acres. Present plan and zoning designation, low-density residential, hillside protection, single-family residential neighborhood, and hillside protection overlay. Proposed plan designation, medium-density residential, hillside protection. Existing land use, public, quasi-public land, school, single-family residential. This will require 3 motions. Staff recommendation on motion 1, approve medium-density residential land use classification because it will provide a buffer between more intensive commercial uses and low-density residential uses. Hillside protection designation will be retained. Motion number 2, approve medium-density residential land use classification because it will provide a buffer between more intensive commercial uses and low-density residential uses. Hillside protection will remain. Motion 3, approve the RN3 district because it is consistent with the recommended MDR land use classification. Hillside protection would be retained. Is the applicant present?
I'm here.
All right, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. It's Amy Sherrill. I'm 902 North Central Street. I'm representing the Knoxville Montessori School, which has been the primary occupant of the properties that we're here to discuss. And they have a desire to...
Ms. Sherrill, I'm sorry, I omitted
step.
my responsibility to ask for opposition. Do we have any opposition? Okay. Would you like to proceed with your comments or defer to the opposition's comments? It's your choice.
I will give a quick brief on why we're here and then reserve the rest of the
Okay.
time. So the Montessori School has been in this location for quite some time. They serve many families that are both in the neighborhood and work in the neighborhood and nearby developments. As they look to the future and the demand for their services continues to grow, we're exploring opportunities for how we can add additional classroom space. They've done a great job of stewarding the buildings as they are on those sites and reusing and repurposing the buildings so that they fit within the residential character. One of the primary reasons that we're seeking this change is so that we can have additional primary structures on the property. And so the RN1 zone does not allow us to have, if we want to increase by another classroom building, another smaller footprint building, we would be restricted to an accessory sized including the use and the size of that. So that is the primary basis of this request. And while we came last month, we postponed after some wonderful feedback from the community that helped us find that RN3 would be a better fit than seeking a commercial zone. It helps to create that bridge between the low density and keep that respect for the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Mr. George Shimmick, did I say that right?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Shimmick. I live at 4316 Thistlewood Way, which is lot 45, located directly behind the property in question. This morning, I was out in the yard and I made a recording, and I'd like you to listen if you could. Make this thing work. I'm sitting out on my patio just before leaving to come to the Planning Commission meeting. You can hear the children in the background. The fence that is directly behind my property and my neighbor's property is adjacent to a playground. And there's plans to expand the number of kids here. I'm just asking for a sound buffer, something to allow me to enjoy this beautiful day. And here is, I think you can see back in here, is the property. I know you can't see it, but I'd be glad to share that with you. The kids, there really is no sound buffer. There is no buffer yard in the current Montessori school. And that fence, as you can see on the drawing there, the current Montessori school overlaps part of my property, and the new lot will overlap and connect to all of my property. I located in the planning requirements under Article 12.8 that a buffer yard or a wall is satisfactory. And a buffer yard can be reduced by 30% if it incorporates a wall or a solid 6-foot fence. I am opposed to the changes because I cannot enjoy my property. There's more kids there than there were last year, and there's probably more kids there than last year than there were the year before. Their current plan is for 150 kids in this expansion. So I want to work with Amy. I want to work with the school, but I want them to commit to a buffer wall versus planting a few trees because the sound is tough. So again, I'll give my time up and reserve an opportunity to comment further after she has a chance to say if they're incorporate a wall.
Thank you, Mr. Schimmick.
That's, unfortunately, I can't commit to that.
That's
I can.
what they said at Montessori too.
That's, and so you're, you know, as an architect, I'm not the owner, and the director has a board of directors. I can say that they've been incredibly open about talking with the community, and they would welcome that conversation, but I can't commit to it.
They never reached out to me. All this planning that went on, they bought the house, and no one ever reached out to me. I had to go over there with.
And you all might want to take this conversation
Yes.
elsewhere. Yeah.
Yes.
It's
I'm
all right.
happy to help facilitate it. Yeah.
Okay,
Until it's approved by them, I oppose.
okay. All right. Thank each of you for your comments. All right, Commission. Let's see here. Commissioner Higgins.
I have a quick question for the applicant. Did you say that there's an addition or new construction element planned?
We're exploring opportunities for that. There's some complications with, in preserving those older structures, simply adding on to them is not necessarily a feasible task for building code purposes. So looking at the option for that to be an addition of a building to expand the campus, but without this change, they can't have a separate structure.
Did you all look into a more commercial zoning just to avoid kind of the implications that come with doing a non-residential use in a residential district?
So this is an allowable use within the residential districts, and we did consider a number of things, including going with the super intensity of the adjacent parcel. Office and some of the other lower density commercials don't allow schools.
Gotcha. Okay. Reason I ask is there's a good chance that doing an addition will probably trigger the requirement for a buffer yard doing a non-residential use in a residential district. I'm not sure with it being an existing use how that would play out, but something to keep in mind for the opposition there. But I think that this is certainly needed, and so I will go ahead and make the motion to see. We've got to do a sector plan.
Sector plan, yeah.
Make a motion to approve the sector plan change to MDR per staff's recommendation.
Okay, we are related to sector plan. We have, let me get back here where I need to be. We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, and that was seconded, was it Commissioner Anderson? Okay, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve medium-density residential land use classification because it will provide a buffer between more intensive commercial uses and low-density residential uses. Hillside protection would be retained. I've got two quick questions, and I'm not even sure where I'm going with it. But Ms. Cheryl, one's for you, and one is for Mr. Shimmick. What are your hours of operation?
I don't have the exact hours of operation in hand, but it's,
Okay.
I mean, relatively probably 8 to 4, 8 to 5.
8 to 4, okay. Mr. Shimmick, could you come up? One brief question. I'm unaware how long you've lived at that residence, but has the noise gotten substantially louder over the years, or how long have you lived there?
I purchased the property in April of 2021, and at that time, it wasn't too bad. And we kind of enjoyed just having children around, and my wife and I are retired. But it has gotten to the point now where it's really loud. There was a stone wall in the home under question, the property under question, that ran along the length of the entire property, and they removed that stone wall. So now there's just a 4-foot cyclone fence between me and everything. And I think about 8 or 10 feet in, they put a 6-foot cyclone fence, another one. So there's a 4-foot fence, and then about 10 feet away, there's a 6-foot fence. I guess that's what they had thought would be a suitable buffer, but no, it's not. So.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, Commissioner Adams.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. One other thing, I do know the hours of the school. At least I know the hours that I hear the school. At 8 o'clock in the morning sharp, the kids are let out. I know that they gather there earlier because parents are working and they drop their kids off. But they go out at 8 o'clock and they're there till after 5.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
A few things. First, I was much relieved to see this under RN3 instead of the original commercial. When I saw the case originally and it was under commercial, I was really worried because of the neighborhood and that being this transition sort of property into the residential. So I'm really thankful that you were able to work with planning to find that RN3 option. The other thing is, and this is really just a sidebar, but the opposition said that 2021 was when he bought the property and that things were quieter. And I'm thinking that was probably during COVID. And I don't know that for a fact in
He's
terms of
shaking
every
his head,
school is,
yes.
yeah, okay, every school's different, but how they handle that. But that could be, because of how the sound has differed, that the school just wasn't in full session at that time. But I'm very supportive of this, thankful for the adjustments that have been made to help it be a land use that if for some reason that school was not there, that it wouldn't be out of character with the area.
I'm not fresh on the noise ordinance, but I guess we do have some noise ordinance, don't we, that would, at some point, the level of noise would be in violation. Is that Mr. Freeze, or who would, or would the plans review? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the sector plan. All in favor? Wait a minute, I got Commissioner Browning. He would like to comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna support this, but I'm all for the betterment of children and what y'all do over there. You do a great service, but, I do have, some sympathy here for the opposition. I mean, they're retired folks. It's noise all day long. I would highly urge you to get the board to meet with the opposition and highly consider that sound buffer. We want to teach our children to be considerate, and the school needs to be considerate as well. So that's what That's all I've got.
Amen, Commissioner Browning. I mean, it's just being a good neighbor. Where we may be limited in our capacity, but that, just being a considerate neighbor. All right, let's get to vote. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's see, now we're going to move on here to motion 2 on the one-year plan.
Motion to amend the one-year plan per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion from Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, to approve the one-year plan per staff recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion on the rezoning.
Motion to rezone per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, to approve the RN3 per staff recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. On to agenda item 13, applicant Hani Joseph. Location, south side of McCamey Road, northeast of Kane Road, 3.9 acres. Present zoning, RN1, hillside protection. Zoning requested, RN2, hillside protection. Existing land use, rural residential. This will require one motion. Staff recommendation, deny the RN2 zoning district because it does not meet all the criteria for rezoning. Hillside protection overlay would be retained. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Hani Joseph, the address 4136 McCamey Road.
Do we have any opposition? Any opposition? Would you like to proceed with your comments?
I'd just like to share why try to do RN2. It's like you can see on the KGIS, it's all around the RN2. And I found out from planning, it's like we have the high voltage, the TVA go through the property. Only we can build on, it's like 2.25 acre. And the driveway, it look bad, but in reality, we work on it. It's like a little more wider, because the lady next door, she's retired and on disability in the city, have the garbage truck go to her house. It's like 500 feet from the mailbox to her house. And kind of we did quite a bit of work, and it's like 22 feet wide. First like 160 feet, like really level, but after that it's like 120, it's kind of real steep. That's all.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Commission? Let's see here. Mr. Commissioner Levinson.
I move to agree with staff recommendation to deny the R2 zoning because it does not meet all the criteria for the rezoning.
All right, we have a motion to deny per staff recommendation from Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson, and I see no other lights. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 14, Belvin Properties LLC, location south side of Gertrude Avenue, east of Davenport Road. Approximately 15,559 square feet. Present plan zoning designation, plan designation and zoning is low-density residential, hillside ridgetop protection, single-family residential neighborhood, and hillside protection overlay. Proposed plan designation and zoning is medium-density residential, hillside ridgetop protection, RN4 general residential neighborhood, and hillside protection overlay. Existing land use, single-family residential. This will require two motions. One related to the sector plan and one related to the rezoning. And staff recommendation, motion 1, deny the MDR land use classification because it is incompatible with the development pattern and infrastructure. Hillside protection would be retained. Motion 2, rezoning, deny the RN4 district because it is incompatible with the residential development pattern. Hillside protection would be retained. And we have an applicant present, and do we have any opposition? Do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would you like to proceed with your comments? If you state your name and address, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephen Knabb, 3212 Rolling Hills Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee. When I read the case notes from the MPC, it seemed like the underlying assumptions for RN4, apparently, in theory, you could fit 7 units on that lot. That was never the intention. In reality, it's an older rental property we have, and we acquired, myself and the neighbor acquired the alley easement, so it's 100 feet wide. So what I was looking for was a triplex, and unfortunately have to go through a sector plan and the rezoning. I'd love just to have a special use. One concern, or there were 2 concerns. One, Gertrude Avenue would need to be expanded. Walking the road, it looks like, if you look at the map, there's a apartment building already that's owned by Dominion. The road's been expanded there. As you continue, the road narrows to 698 Gertrude. That's a single-family home. A lot of this is context-based, so hopefully I can persuade you. 698 is a single-family home already zoned RN4, and that homeowner has plans to redevelop also. So from a neighborhood look, on that side of Gertrude, you already have an apartment building, you're going to have some type of duplex or triplex, and then you would have mine. In addition, across the street, there's property zone industrial, and as time moves forward, I can almost guarantee that's also going to become some type of residential, some type of residential project. So basically, in terms of the road, if we need to expand it, so be it. Or I'm willing to look at what the bill is. And then a lot of the MPC's comments hopefully were based on 7 units. I'm a builder in my day job. I'd build something that would fit in the neighborhood, not stand out. And in fact, once the neighbor to the left builds, it would kind of have a transition from an old apartment building to some newer middle housing type of projects back into the single family, and then God only knows what will happen across the street on the industrial property. So again, it's context to me. I understand the rationale at 7 units. Hopefully 3 changes it.
Thank you for your comments. Commission? We have Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make a few comments. One of the things that's important to remember that when we're doing these rezonings is that while you may not consider doing 7 units on that property, if you have financing fall through or something goes wrong and you need to sell the property and we've put it in MDR and an RN4, the next person could do that by right without having to come back. So while any of the staff comments have nothing to do with perhaps your actual plan and has to do more with the overall, because it's going to follow that deed forever. So unless it comes back before us. So that's why we are considering it from that angle.
Of course.
I guess my next question would be from staff's perspective. We often consider under the missing middle guidelines and some of the other guidelines, which I know don't apply in this particular instance in this neighborhood, we allow quadplexes on a lot that's actually smaller than this in some instances. Is RN4 necessary for him to be able to get a triplex at this location, if that's his stated goal?
Yeah, and the other thing I would mention, I don't know how one would get 7 units passed with the hillside protection. When I spoke to the engineer I work with, I'll just call it the triplex.
Sorry, Mr. Knabb, but I think that question was directed to Ms. Hillman.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I like talking.
So yes, RN4 would be necessary because it has the multifamily use, and a triplex would be considered multifamily in this context.
Thank you.
Okay, how about, let's go with Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. I think the applicant made a lot of really great points, and I'm seeing a lot of the same thing. I mean, he's right up against RN4 and RN5, right across from industrial, which will most likely become something that allows for higher density at some point. And then right next to that is the SW, which does not restrict density. I understand that this is street with a lot of single-family homes, but really this close to Sevier Avenue, the single-family homes are more out of context than what the future of this area looks like. And then also throwing in the fact that hillside protection, I mean, you can see how much a small house takes up on this site. There's, with the setbacks, the height restrictions, parking requirements, sure, it may technically allow for a potential of 7 units, but I don't see how that would be possible with the hillside protection, which in the city does carry requirements with it. So, you know, I think that this is an appropriate request for this site, and I agree that RN3 doesn't really change much, but RN4 would be a pretty normal transition from everything around it. So for that, I'll actually support the request.
Vice Chair Huber.
So my question actually was about RN3, right? Because we just had some of this discussion where it is medium density residential technically, but the RN3 allows townhomes. I mean, could you not put 3 townhomes and call it a triplex? Or I guess that's a question for Ms. Hellman.
So with a triplex, the idea is that it's in a single building.
Right.
So a townhouse would be 3 separate buildings that are connected. So if he was planning to do townhouses, he could have pursued RN3. It has different dimensional standards that he would have to consider. It sounds like he was wanting to pursue a single building with multiple units inside.
So yeah, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the RN4. I fully understand where staff is coming from, saying, okay, it's a bit of a step, but I agree that, you know, the pattern of the development and the area that it's in is, I don't see that as a stretch. But with respect to RN3, did you look at RN3 or no?
I had multiple conversations with the front desk at the MPC, and I think when I read the notes, I thought I'm not opposed to RN3, obviously, I just want 3 units there, basically. And as a side note, 2 of them will be for rent, 1 of them will be a personal residence, since my wife and I are going to be empty nesters, and we're done with Hardin Valley. But again, so for RN3, it would have to be all attached, or what was the qualification on RN3 for a triplex or 3 units?
So for 3 townhouses in RN3, it's a minimum total lot area of 12,000 square feet.
Per unit or per?
For 3, for the first 3.
Oh, okay.
And then after that, it's 3,000 square feet for each additional dwelling unit.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I could be mistaken since I'm not a public speaker and I'm nervous, 3 unit, RN3 would work for what I'm proposing, basically? Could?
It would be a different building form. It
Okay.
would have firewall separations
Oh,
between
sure,
each one.
and that's fine, so, I'm not opposed to that, obviously.
Well,
So-
and that's kind of where I was going. I thought it's semantic, it's just wording of, if you're wanting, Ms. Hillman's saying it's 1 building, but it's technically 3 separate buildings.
Yeah.
In RN3, but in RN4, it's 1 building, but it's still 1 building.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It might have firewall separations between.
Yeah, no, it sounds like RN3 would work. I was intending to do firewalls anyway, so.
Well, with that said, I mean, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the MDR, medium density residential land use classification, because it is compatible with the development pattern and infrastructure in the area. The hillside protection will be retained.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins, to approve medium-density residential land use classification because it is compatible with the development pattern and infrastructure. Hillside protection would be retained. Let's see, we've got more lights here. Commissioner Biggs.
I was just going to potentially propose a postponement if it made more sense to spend more time with staff to understand RN3, but if you're comfortable with it, then I'm comfortable with it. So
Yeah, I'm comfortable, yeah.
sounds good.
Okay. Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Gill on this, and I do think that staff got it right. I'm never comfortable when we start doing a lot of shifting around with the
I think he's shaking his head like,
Oh,
wait a
I'm
minute.
sorry. Well, I'm going to finish my comment.
Okay.
And if you've changed your mind, that's fine. But in terms of the area, first of all, there were comments. There's not opposition standing here, but I know that there were comments on this case that said they supported the denial that staff had recommended. And I think that the changing area there and the pressure on that area, we're being swayed by the intention of a particular applicant in front of us as opposed to thinking about the land use there. So I would have supported what staff has recommended. So if this comes back, I'll make a motion to support staff's denial. I would also support a postponement so that there could be some additional time to discuss this, since the applicant has wavered on what he has come through with. I would feel better about that than just trying to sort of piecemeal it as a body today.
Vice Chair Huber.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, I don't want to call out a fellow commissioner. I just think now that my name is on the record, I should be clear in what I said. I just wanted to point out that when we were making these considerations, that we have to consider the most intensive use case.
Yes.
That being said, RN3 versus RN4 is a different question than the one that's on the motion on the floor right now with whether or not we're going to have MDR, which I do support. I think that RN3 might be in a more appropriate use for you, but I don't believe that this is incompatible with a mixed, MDR in the sector plan. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, and for the record, I mean, I'm going to motion it at RN3 after this. So just for the clarification.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no other lights, all in favor we've got the motion and a second to approve MDR under the sector plan. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We have 2 noes. All right, Chair will entertain a motion passes. Chair will entertain a motion on the rezoning.
As mentioned, I think RN3 is more appropriate here. Unfortunately, as we talked earlier, RN3 is originally supposed to be an LDR, low-density residential, but somehow got shifted into medium density, and that's a discussion for another day. But I think RN3 is very appropriate here. It's a step-down zoning from the RN4 next door to the RN2 on the other side of it. With all that in consideration, I will make a motion to approve RN3, not RN4 residential district, because it is compatible with the residential development pattern. Again, the hillside protection overlay will be retained.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve RN4, seconded by RN3, stand corrected, by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that, this has been a longstanding low-density residential. There is a lot of opportunity in this area for more development, more residential development if you'd like. I think that it's important for us to protect this lot, and I'm going to be voting no.
Okay, so seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? We have 2 noes. 2 noes. All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is agenda item 15, applicant Savannah Reyes Dixon, location west side of Murray Drive, south of Clinton Highway, 3.36 acres. Present zoning is RN1, zoning requested RN5, existing land use rural residential. Staff recommendation, approve RN5 zoning district because it aligns with the City of Knoxville's one-year plan and Northwest City Sector Plan. Hillside protection overlay would be retained. And I see our applicant is present. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Hi, Savannah Reyes Dixon, 133 South Gay Street, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37902.
Okay. And I'll state just for the record that Commissioner Higgins has recused himself on this particular case. All right. Do we have any opposition? Any opposition? We do have opposition. Would you like to comment or defer to
I'll
the-
defer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello again.
Hi. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. Whitney Windecker, 1112 Murray Drive, proudly Knoxville, Tennessee, 37912.
All right. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. So my concern is based on property value. I'm unclear as to what the purpose of rezoning, well beyond they want to put multiple homes on that property. And I don't know the negative impact that might have on my property, which sits across the road, and then one property over. So it's not directly across from me, but it is very close by. When they go, let's say that they put multiple units in, when they go to put that in, traffic coming in and out could be a disturbance to my property, as well as Murray Drive. I don't know if any of you have had the pleasure of driving on Murray Drive. It's old, and she has a lot of character, and it's very narrow with large ditches on either side. It's not meant for heavy levels of traffic, which means that they would be, there she is. Which means that they would be putting in, probably eventually putting in a larger road, which is not the dream. I mean, I know we're really close to Clinton Highway, which we get noise from Clinton Highway, but when you start talking about having multiple lanes and you have sidewalks, that changes the complete area. It totally changes your living situation. So I don't know the exact details that are going to be transpiring on that property. I'm all for people doing what's best for their property. My only concern is how is this going to negatively impact mine as far as property value, traffic, and just the congestion of that area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Actually had the pleasure of speaking with the opposition who sat next to me when she came in. And so we had a good chat about this, and I totally understand where she's coming from in terms of what does new development do to the surrounding area. In this case, to clarify one thing, part of the staff report did say that engineering has already said that the road would need to be widened for any new development that was put in, and that would be based on whatever we end up going through permitting for. At this point, obviously, this is just for rezoning. We don't have a design in place. We don't have a number of units. We don't have a plan for how the property would be designed, but the owner is intending something along the lines of small scale, 2 to 3 story buildings, multiple buildings on the site, as opposed to one large apartment style kind of building. Again, that's intention. And as Commissioner Gill has mentioned a couple times, intention doesn't necessarily, match what is actually going to happen. However, I do think that this is an appropriate rezoning because if you zoom out a little bit, you can see that RN5, RN4, RN6 has been added off of this commercial strip of zoning that goes up and down Clinton Highway down to the interstate. And I also the sector plan already has, or the 1-year plan, sorry, already has, actually it might be the sector, I don't know, MDR planned for this area of, off of Clinton Highway. So I would request that you support staff's recommendation for the rezoning of this lot.
Thank you. Commission. Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. Just to address the property value thing, I was actually reading about it last night, and there's been studies or published articles and stuff from the U.S. Census Bureau and the National Association of Realtors that say that multifamily housing close to single-family homes have either a neutral or positive impact on property value. Of course, they study specific areas. They didn't study Knoxville, so I'm not guaranteeing a property value thing, but it's not necessarily true that multifamily homes decrease your property value. In fact, I think as they do more studies, it's showing more that the opposite is true. It either has no impact or a positive impact just because of how it brings people, more people to an area, which means that the area gets improved with the road improvements and stuff like that. And so more desirable areas to live, more, concentrated areas to live, just kind of by the nature of the market, increase property value. So with that, I think this is a good rezoning, and I'd like to make a motion to approve RN5 per staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Overton, seconded by Commissioner Daly to approve RN 5 per staff recommendation. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on item 20. We're on item 20, okay. Next is agenda item 20, applicant Heo Design and Development. Location, north side of Delrose Drive, south side of Brooks Avenue, west side of Riverside Road. 31.34 acres. Zoning RN1, RN4, and hillside protection. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land, rural residential. Proposed use, preliminary plan for a residential development. Staff recommendation, deny the planned development because the project does not provide public benefits that are commensurate with the zoning exceptions requested. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Do we have any opposition? Any opposition? We do have opposition. We do. All right. Let me get to my list. Yes.
Could you also put on the record that Commissioner Higgins is recusing?
Okay. And also, just for the public record, Commissioner Higgins will be recusing himself on this matter. So we have Mr. Drew, let's see, on the opposition, we have Ryan Schaefer. Ryan Schaefer, would you like to speak? Yeah. Would you like to proceed or defer your comments?
Proceed.
You'll proceed? Okay. Go right ahead, Counselor.
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Here on behalf of the applicant and the property owner. This property, it's two tracts. The primary tract is a little over 30 acres, and then we have a tract that's about an acre and a half that's contiguous and connects to Riverside Drive. The driving force that led to this request was the developer's goal to develop housing at a density that is allowed and contemplated in the RN4 zoning district, but in a more efficient way than what we believe the RN4 zone presently allows. For plan development exists to provide creative, sustainable, flexible approach to land development under the condition that the project provides a benefit to the community. Through the plan development, this project provides an opportunity for benefits that the community would otherwise not be getting. The plan development zoning ordinance identifies what it considers to be community benefits, what your plan should contemplate or what your plan should show to be accepted from certain requirements under the underlying zoning ordinance. There are 9 enumerated benefits that are listed in the plan development ordinance. This proposed development achieves 6 of those 9 enumerated criteria of benefits. The plan development zoning ordinance does not give more weight to any one of these 9 benefits than the others. If you recall, in November of last year, we presented what's an optional concept plan. It was a variation of this proposed development that's before you today. At that time, we presented, and there was a chance for planning commissioners to consider and comment, give opinions, give suggestions, and from my recollection, presenting at that meeting, that the plan presented at that time there was a lot of favorable comments to the proposed development. The plan before you has gone through multiple revisions and adjustments based on feedback with area residents, planning staff, and other various experts. This proposed plan is the result of the development team spending hundreds of hours on design and adjustment based on feedback received from multiple neighborhood meetings, one-on-one discussions with various individuals, meetings with city engineering, meetings with public utility companies, and various other communications with those involved in the development and approval process. With so much feedback from various channels, it is common that one source may contradict another source, and not everything is possible to change or incorporate into the plan. Our hope has been to put forth a proposal that staff can support. We recognize the critique in the staff report. However, the goal with these plans has been to synthesize the broad range of feedback received through the various channels. One thing that the staff report does not note, and that we have commented as wanting to provide in our plan, is to provide a certain percentage of workforce housing through a public-private partnership with the City of Knoxville and the KCDC office. That'd be some percentage set aside as determined appropriate by the city and KCDC, and those require certain approvals. But there would be a certain percentage that we would contemplate offering following the review and approval by those various departments. The staff criticizes the plan as we've presented as being a development that is more akin to the RN6 zoning ordinance. When this property was being rezoned early in 2024, the request at that time was for RN6, and at the agenda review meeting, staff commented on the prospective or potential densities that could be achieved under the RN6. Under RN6, you could have a density of approximately 1,400 units. Under RN5, you could have a density of approximately 900 units. The density that we're proposing here between the multifamily aspect and the townhome aspect is nowhere near this. It's 650 total units. That is more in line with the RN4 zoning ordinance. Of the requested 13 exceptions listed in the staff report to the RN4 zoning ordinance, a large number of these are exemptions from that small parcel that's still zoned RN1. Only 5 of the exceptions are directly related to the underlying RN4 zoning ordinance. One of these exceptions we've asked is the special use review. We're fine to go through that. That is a less intensive process than this plan development process, but if that's the appetite for the Planning Commission, we're certainly fine to go through that. There was a criticism about not communicating or meeting with city parks and recreation. There were discussions with the city on that, and ultimately the city park and recreations department does not want to own another city park, does not want to take on another city park, the maintenance, the financing of it. The staff report comments that there's no, indication of how we create these public amenities and then guarantee that they're available to the public going forward. This was explained in a joint meeting with the city and the planning staff that how this is accomplished is the developer constructs these amenities, and then through whether it's development agreement, similar to you would see, say, a declaration of covenants and restrictions on a subdivision, you set forth, identify these public amenities, you set forth who's going to construct them, who's going to provide the maintenance and the long-term care, and then identify that they are for public access, public benefit, and then you name the city of Knoxville as an interested beneficial party with rights of enforcement. Therefore, if anything ever fell for maintenance or something along those lines, there is a mechanism there to ensure that it is, in fact, maintained for the public.
Can you
Yes.
wrap up, please?
Walking paths, connectivity, there's 2 miles of walking trails. There was criticism that doesn't connect to existing infrastructure of pedestrian walkways. That's common on developments. We used to have sidewalks to nowhere would be the pushback that you would hear, but later development would bring everything together. It's our hope that something similar to this proposed development can move forward. We're eager to continue working and collaborating in hopes of gaining staff support, city support, and ultimately, hopefully, to gain this planning commission support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go with, we've got a number of people signed up here. We have 2, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against, so please be mindful of the allotted time. Mr. Drew Harper.
Good afternoon. I'm Drew Harper, 4318 Washington Pike, apartment number 101. I am speaking as Vice President of Yes Knoxville. We believe that our city's future depends on the courage to say yes, yes to housing, yes to walkable neighborhoods, and yes to growth that reflects Knoxville's values. 53 seconds, the clock changed. I will try to use my time wisely here and scrap my speech, but we know that our system is incentivized to say no, right? The commission before me, you can either say yes or no. You can't propose more housing than is suggested, right? You can the ratchet only turns in one direction. And should you say yes today against staff's wishes, that's another veto point, it will then have to be read at city council twice. So we have lots and lots of opportunities to say no, right? Part of yes is advocating for those who can't be here, right? Children and grandchildren who can't live in Knoxville, immigrants who are looking for a safe, welcoming place to live. In this case, I ask you to withhold your veto. There will be plenty more opportunities for people to oppose housing for safety, for health, for vision, for bold leadership, fiscal responsibility. We encourage you to say yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Dustin Durham. Mr. Durham. Mr. Durham, if you'll try to limit to 1 minute, please.
Dustin Durham, 1422 Cornelia Street, apartment 237917. 1 minute. Okay, here we go. So obviously you hear this all the time. We're in a housing crisis. That's not hyperbole. That's a reality. For the 51% of us in this city, like myself, that are renters, it's a harsh reality. And we're thousands of homes behind where we should be. There are a lot of reasons for this. Restrictive zoning is the main one. The reality, though, is that in a city, regardless of where you build housing, it affects everybody. One of the things that I fear is my landlord deciding to turn my duplex into a single-family home, and suddenly I'm homeless. So even though I might not be in the zip code that this project is in, I'm actually closer by distance than most of the areas within the same zip code. And if we build more housing like this, it does help folks like me, even if it is market rate, because it is one less chance for my landlord to sell my house and suddenly I'm on the street. So I would ask, it's not a perfect plan, what plan is, but that if you are not moved to vote yes on it, that you would at least postpone it so that we can continue to have conversations of how to bring more housing to places near our downtown and help renters like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Ryan Schaefer. And again, please be mindful, we have 5 people signed up in opposition. If we could share the time as best you can, would be much appreciated.
Hi there, Ryan Schaefer, 1517 Riverside Road. I know there's a lot of people trying to speak. I had a statement, but I'm just going to try to cut it short to keep it moving. My wife and I also own 1519 Riverside Road. So we, I think, share the largest border with this development immediately next door to it there. I've had a lot of conversations with our other neighbors. I've attended the community meetings. I think overwhelmingly, the feeling from the people who live right around it is that this is probably going to be bad for us. I think we all know they're going to build something here. They're going to build apartments. They're going to build townhouses. We need more housing. Obviously, we've discussed that. And I agree with the staff report. I think they did a good job of seeing through kind of the window dressing of this to find out how it's actually going to affect the people who live around there. One of the other criteria, we've talked about the benefits that they want to trade for these exceptions, but one of the other criteria is that it won't cause excessive adverse impact on the neighboring properties. And you know, kind of what I was taking from the report is that they asked for an RN6 zoning before, and were told to operate in the RN4 zoning. And all I'm asking is that you all ask them to operate within the rules. You know, the burden this is going to place on all of the people around us by having townhouses looking right in our backyard, and not to mention the road, which I'd like to discuss separately there. There's the amount of noise, traffic, just the load of having this many people right in our backyard is a lot to ask of us. I don't think there's any amount of art walls and bicycle repair stations you can install that offsets that. So when you're talking about these benefits that outweigh it, I think the primary one I'm concerned with is the adverse, you know, as it says, the excessive adverse impact on the neighboring properties. The other point I wanted to make is on the east entrance to the development there's a road that they're proposing to connect to Riverside Road. You can't see it on the plan because it's blocked out by the word pedestrian access, but if we can look at the KGIS map, you can see right there, they're trying to sandwich a busy road right in between 2 houses there. And if you imagine, that could be 800 commuters a day if they get their way with this. they don't have the intersection site distance to do this. If you look at even in the transportation study, the sight lines go right over our driveway. We wouldn't be willing to give them an easement on that. I don't think they can do it. I've brought it to their attention multiple times through multiple forms of this plan, and it hasn't changed. If they're allowed to do it, fine. But if there's a chance that they're going to have to reconsider that plan, I think it would save all of us a lot of time if they factored that in at the beginning before we all go do this again.
If you could wrap up, Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
that's it. That's all I have
All
to
right,
say.
thank you. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Diane Honeycutt.
Hi, the name is Diane Whitehead Honeycutt, 4829 River Place Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37914. First, I'd like to thank the staff and Planning Commission for working so hard to help Knoxville address the current population that was addressed earlier, for the growth crisis we are experiencing today. We are aware of that. With that said, it seems we must find some ways to resolve this crisis without doing harm to our established neighborhoods. The Delrose Drive development can help with housing options, but must have a plan that respects the existing RN1 neighborhoods surrounding this project. As proposed, the large scale of this project and the increase in traffic it brings to the area does not fit well in the location that it will occupy. We have a petition signed by 200+ residents and daily workers, the Sarah Moore Green School is there, within the affected neighborhoods who fully support denying any exceptions to the current zoning of the Delrose Cardinal Place project. The staff report, I read it over last night real thoroughly, and they have done a fabulous job of going point by point by point through these exceptions. So there's no reason for me to do that. I hope that everyone has reviews that and takes it very, very seriously, because they did an excellent job of going point by point through each of these exceptions, everything that was requested. So we're asking on behalf of all these people that we met and talked with all through the neighborhood, that the Planning Commission agree with the staff recommendations and deny the exceptions now requested. This has been posted on the Planning Commission website, and I assume I'll leave it with somebody. We truly hope that the development team can work within the existing R4 zoning to bring housing options that are more in scale with the existing neighborhood and density. Our community thanks you for your time and agree with the staff recommendations. Who should I give this to?
Any staff member here. Thank you, Ms. Honeycutt. All right, let's go with Karina Buffalo. Karina Buffalo.
Karina Buffalo, 2701 Delrose Drive, Knoxville 37914. I had a bunch of things I wanted to say, but I would ask, did commission members get my online submissions from Delrose Drive Neighborhood Watch, where we tried to get a hold of some HOA people in Marble Hill condos?
If it was sent to the Director Brooks, you want to, I can't remember specifically if we had, how many do we have this time? Many comments, yeah.
Okay. Well, then that would be my main question. I've lived in the area for 20 years. Most of the time that I've driven down the road, the same houses have been vacant. Thanks to this population explosion, some of those houses are now being remodeled and are even lived in. I am thankful for that. But I am concerned about how they would govern this massive development, because we do have issues with an existing Horizon Regime condo area, which is actually located in the county. And unfortunately, nobody who owns the property lives there, so it's it was difficult to get a hold of anybody to get any issues addressed. So can you all let me know how that would happen? Paving, lighting, mowing, just all of that. How would that be addressed? And what happens if suddenly people don't want to live here anymore? Thank you.
Thank you. And we did receive your comments. Ms. Buffalo. All right, Mr. Howard Jackson.
My name is Howard Jackson. I live at 4815 River Place Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37914. I've lived in the district for probably about 30 years, maybe less than a mile from the location. I oppose this development specifically. It came before the Planning Committee in March of last year, 2024, and it was rejected. At that time, there was access on Brooks Avenue. There was no access on Delrose Road, and there was no access on Riverside. Also, the density has been increased by 23% since that time for this proposal. So this is becoming like a parole hearing where we actually come back here every year with an increase in the actual scope of the project. The reason I consider that probably the Planning Committee rejected the R6 proposal last year is that the access onto Delrose and the access onto Delrose Road was rejected at that point in time is because it's extremely dangerous. If you look at the location, 300 yards away there is a landfill. 900 yards away to the south of the property there is a quarry. The number of 10-ton, 14-ton trucks, dump trucks that come up and down that road, on the way here today, we passed about 7 of them, is quite considerable. Somebody previously has mentioned that Riverside is completely inappropriate as an access road for.
Mr. Jackson, we'll give you one more minute of extended time.
Thank you. That the access road is totally inappropriate. The city has actually undertaken 2 developments or 2 renovation projects on Brooks Avenue, which was the original development access point. But there is no pavement on Delrose Road. The road is a major thoroughfare from Holston Hills into the city. With the traffic that's going down there, there is no doubt in my mind that somebody is going to get killed at some point in time with the volume of traffic that would be crossing the road going into that property. It's probably about 1,200 cars. And in fact, it would triple the volume of traffic down that road during that period of time. So I see no reason why the Planning Committee should in fact go back on its previous decision, and it should in fact go back to the previous planning group's recommendation that Brooks Avenue is in fact the only access point for this site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Forrester, would you like to comment additionally or no?
I guess it somewhat continuing on earlier statements, some of the changes and considerations that were factored in were in relation to the comments that we received from the neighborhood regarding Delrose, the heavy truck traffic. If you're not familiar, there's a landfill further down the road. And so that was kind of the basis of where the location of the walking trails, the amenities that will be available to the public based on concerns from that traffic, the heavy truck traffic, the loud noises that creates, and not wanting to necessarily put amenities right adjacent to that from an enjoyment standpoint of the noise, but also a safety component as well. Again, we feel like it's a good development. It's within the density of the RN4. Would like the opportunity to continue moving forward with it and trying to achieve something that everybody has compromise on every side. It's our client isn't necessarily happy with some of the things we've done. Staff isn't, it's what happens with compromise. Nobody necessarily can say that they've won, but it is an approach, and would like to keep working towards it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commission? Commissioner Adams.
I'm just going to jump on it. Because I think along with a lot of the commission did look at this recently and sent back comments. And one of the concerns that I expressed at that meeting hasn't really been addressed here, which, if I'm remembering correctly, the pool was brought up, and that's a public amenity. At least that's how it was phrased when we first saw the sort of concept, this sort of the rough idea. And I was really excited at being a planned development, because we don't see a lot of those. And I think, the flexibility that is provided to an applicant, a developer with that planned development comes with the give and take of giving back to the community with these public goods, these public amenities. And at that point in time, I did ask, how will this pool really work? Because if that's not a public amenity, I think most people would assume if there are other public amenities shaken throughout, that is a public amenity. And if it is a public amenity, what is going to prevent the folks who move there from getting irritated? And saying, that's really ours. We're paying for this. This is ours, and it's not a public amenity any longer. Because we have folks who say that their road is their public amenity, and they don't want even anyone driving on their road. So when you're talking about a public pool, and that starts to get really, I think, problematic. And I'm not seeing anything in the plan now that really removes some of those issues. So I was looking for what are some of the other public amenities that are provided here that would really make this the opportunity that it could be, because I am sensitive to the housing needs that we have and the opportunities that this could bring and the green space that's there. I was very concerned when the planning staff talked through the lack of concurrence with the city and Parks and Rec, that there hadn't really been a conversation there. And now you've said, Mr. Forrester, that there was some kind of conversation and that they didn't want to take on a park. So I'm looking at this and thinking, where's the public good? And part of the conversation on Tuesday was that part of the applicant's plan was that the public good would be market rate housing. That's not a public good. It's not. That is a for-profit exercise. And I want to be for this. I want to be able to have a planned development come through and have it be a very successful project so that we have lots of different types of housing for folks and public goods that are provided. EV stations that are embedded in the middle of a development like this are going to be used only by the people that live there. That's, again, an amenity for the people that will be able to afford to live there. So I would be supportive of a postponement if there's some way to get this back. And I know that people have already spent a gazillion hours on this, but that is part of the planned development opportunity, that you really invest that time to try and get it right. And I would like to be able to support this, but in the state that it's in right now, I don't feel like I can.
Thank you. Commissioner Biggs.
A question for staff, I guess, just for my own clarification. I should know this, but there's not any requested like density bonus or anything associated with this. The amount of units proposed in this plan could be built conceivably under the RN4 zoning. Is that right?
That's correct. They stayed within the bounds of what the minimum lot area requires in terms of the types of units, but the maximum lot area for multifamily under RN4 would make it pretty challenging to get to the level of multifamily units they pursued.
Okay. Thanks. And I guess just wanted to flag that because it sounded like several of the comments from the public were about the amount of density proposed, and it sounds like that density is kind of already contemplated conceivably under the current zoning. So to me, this is, more of a question of the kind of physical layout of the plan development itself. And I know the design that was kind of proposed as an alternative is maybe, to me, seems at one end of the extreme in terms of what could be done with RN4 zoning. But I guess I struggle because relative to that design, which is, as I understand it, buildable as of right under the current zoning, there are a lot of public benefits that I see in this design. Not to say that there couldn't be more, they couldn't be improved, but it doesn't seem like it is done without consideration for the public. So I'm still processing through this. I think, yeah, Commissioner Adams, I agree with you. I wish there was maybe more clarity on the coordination with the city and the Parks Department. And I don't know if there are practical concerns that I'm not envisioning with more clear segmentation of the private amenities versus the public amenities, because I agree that could be beneficial for intended public use. But yeah, just some comments as I'm thinking through this.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Biggs. Vice Chair Huber.
Okay, so planned development is a very, very interesting zoning. It's a challenging zoning, and that's the hard part. And I'm just, as Ms. Honeycutt had mentioned earlier, I appreciate what staff has done, and I also appreciate what the developer's done. I mean, they've tried to come in with a creative plan that has some amenities, and I think the staff has worked very hard trying to understand it and trying to get it, presented. So I think everybody's worked hard on it, and I think it's a great first step. I do think there needs to be some more clarity to it, maybe some shifting around a little bit of where things are. As Karen had mentioned, Commissioner Adams had mentioned, the public amenities, if we could look at them, trying to get them a little more public, so to speak. But it's hard. I mean, when you get so many cooks in the kitchen, that's the challenge with planned development, versus an RN4 or RN5, when you have by right. We've established that the density is there by right, effectively, in RN4 and RN5. So how can we use that and do that in a better way and help the public and make it a good thing? I think we can get there. My opinion is that I think staff is trying to do the right thing and the developer's trying to do the right thing, but they need direction from us. I mean, if you read it, under 16.7 planned development, it says the Planning Commission, that's us, not staff. The Planning Commission must identify how the proposed development meets the criteria for the exceptions from the district. So we're in RN4, and they're saying, hey, I want to do some stuff that doesn't necessarily fit in RN4, so let's go plan development and see if we can't work that out. In exchange for that, you have to give a lot too. You got to, if it's parks and accessibility and those types of things. So I mean, I at some point I'm probably going to make a motion to postpone again and ask the staff to take, and the developer to get back together one more time, but with direction from us, as in, okay, hey, we would like to see, as a body, we would like to see this added or this taken away. Without that, I think that it kind of hamstrings staff in a way that we just kind of lop it back in their lap and go, okay, you guys figure it out. And that's not really fair, I don't think, to staff or the developer. So I'm just want to encourage that. And I've got some thoughts on that, but I think there's some other lights on here that I'll let some folks speak for a few minutes.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson.
I think a lot of what I see on here, I liked when I first saw it, and I still do. I think as Vice Chair Huber said, we're kind of getting something extra in a way because the density is there by right. I hate the idea of a postponement a little bit because we need to give the developer guidance so that when they come back with something, it's something that we can all approve. I don't think staff wants to be tasked with trying to guess what commission will approve. So I'll say that from my perspective, I don't know that I care as much to see changes to a pool or pickleball courts. I look at this as if you lived around this and you had kids or you had a dog, just the walking area, the playground. People complain about, the opposition's complained about how busy the roads are, and that was one of the things that popped into my head is where do you walk your dog if you live in the area? So I would just like to say that from my perspective, I think we could focus on green space, maybe small dollar things as opposed to, a pool, which I think can be problematic in general. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
I concur with Commissioner Hubner about the need to provide some guidance. That I agree, a postponement, like, let's work at this a bit more, but let's provide some guidance. The scenario I want to avoid is getting into such particulars as this body, getting deep into the design. I don't feel like that's going to be very productive either, but some generalized guidance about when this comes back, what qualities or points really need to be addressed to make it be successful when it comes back. And I just wanted to comment for a moment about the parks, and there's a lot of green space and that sort of thing. Well, what would make me feel like we had failed is the process part of this, because the process is to allow this specific zone that gives more leeway. But if we do that, and then a couple of years from now, when this is constructed and everything's great, but the people that live there do not, they all of a sudden say these are ours, because it hasn't been really clearly outlined. This is a public amenity, this is a public benefit, then we will have failed, because we will have essentially subsidized something that wasn't intended. So that would be one of the things that I would like to place as some type of thing that can get squared away. And I'm not going to have the exact right language, but in terms of if we are successful in postponing it, just to have clarity at this stage of the game as to how, here are the specific, very obviously public amenities and how they will be managed, not the just vagary of, well, the parks doesn't want to hold on to a park or that sort of thing.
Commissioner Midas.
I'm going to, if it's okay with you, I'm going to let Ms. Hillman talk just for a second about the discussion about density versus the criteria for the RN4. Is that maybe, can you kind of touch about that?
I just wanted to clarify that the density that they're proposing, while it is theoretically permitted under RN4, it is not by right. It would be through special use review. So any RN4 is pretty unique in that if there's a townhouse development of 9 or more units or a multifamily development with 9 or more units, it would come through special use. And one of the exceptions they're asking for is the removal of special use review.
I guess, knowing that, I feel like we're getting down to just the bare bones of whether this is even appropriate under the zoning that we've already designated as RN4. One of my big complaints about this is the height at 65 inches. In RN4, you're not allowed anything over 45 feet, no, excuse me, not 65, 65 feet versus 45 feet. And while I appreciate maybe giving some direction to send this back to staff, there has been very little interaction between staff to begin with this applicant. And, I think staff knows better than I do what really needs to happen in order to make this appropriate for RN4 and for something that the city could allow in this special designation. And so, I'm going to vote, I will vote for a postponement, I'll vote for denial, but I'm hesitant on really sending much criteria back and letting staff and the applicant decide that.
Director Brooks.
If I could just get a little clarification, Commissioner Midas, you said that staff has not had a lot of interaction with the applicant?
Yeah, apparently at the agenda review meeting, they said that, did I misunderstand this, that they did not speak very much regarding this application?
No, we have had probably, and Ms. Hillman can speak to this, up to at least 10 meetings with the applicant or their representatives associated with this project, but she could provide more detail about that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was speaking specifically about a Parks and Recreation meeting that was desired and to my knowledge did not occur.
Oh, okay.
But yes, we've met with the applicant many times about this.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Commissioner Browning.
I've got a question for staff. I'm just brainstorming here. Is there a development in Knoxville right now that, you would point to that has the public benefits that you're looking for this development to have.
We do have some examples of approved planned developments and the benefits that merited approval at that time.
I would say we look at all of these projects, they're very unique. And that's the intention of when you use the plan development process, it's intended for projects that do not fit within the current zoning ordinance. So the idea behind the plan development is to provide an avenue for projects that would otherwise not have a home in our zoning ordinance. And that is stated in our 6.7A, the purpose statement.
We've still got a number of commissioners that want to speak, but I want to ask Councilor Forrester a question here because it sounds like we're contemplating anything from postponement to denial to potential approval. Would you, I've seen folks like us sit up here and say, well, if you do this, you do that, and let's postpone, and then the applicant say, well, I want it to be voted on as it is and get a denial. I'd rather have a denial than a postponement. So I'm asking you, if there was that potential, which would you rather see us do? Vote it up or down, or postpone with some feedback?
Postponement with some direction and feedback, certainly. And I think not a 30-day, I think a 60-day would probably be more warranted because these plans are so involved and the changes that have to be made and back and forth with staff and different departments to discuss with. I think to have a meaningful shot at incorporation of the comments and the direction, I think 60 days is warranted.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Levinson.
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this for 60 days.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone for 60 days by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Adams. I think we still have lights that are on. So let's go with Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, so I'm confused, and I may be misreading what is supposed to happen with this, but I think that ultimately the determination of whether or not it gets approved is with commission. We've seen it once, and we apparently didn't provide enough feedback for staff approval. I think we need, just postponing for 60 days, how is that going to allow us to engage with the applicant to say what we want to see? Because my understanding is that maybe staff is reluctant to give a list of we want this, 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 and this. So,
Well, I think we could, offer some feedback now in our discussion.
yeah, and that's all I'd like to see is let's not just
So, yeah, we
vote to
can,
postpone,
we've got a
let's-
motion in a second, and we can talk, we can talk more about it, yeah. Commissioner Levinson.
And back to the Parks and Recreation, which seemed to be one of the issues. Is it possible to where, like you said something about when we develop it, because, the city and the county are broke, okay? And they don't have a lot of money to keep up Parks and Recreation. If you did this, is there a vehicle where you could make it public, but city could control it? So, like you keep it, you make it, you do all the stuff, but it becomes a public area.
Yes, it's through development agreements. It's similar to like if you think of HOAs with declaration of covenants and restrictions, they have rights of enforcement that are encumbrances against every lot in there. Any property owner can enforce it. That is what we contemplate here, some type of development cooperation agreement, dedicating these as public amenities, identifying what they are, identifying who's responsible for them, the maintenance. But then you identify the city of Knoxville, whether it's the city itself or a department within it or both, as a beneficial interested party with rights of enforcement.
And can you have those conversations, or have you had those conversations?
We had conversations, I forget the exact department, Ms. Justice is over, but it's she's with the mayor's office, city administration, and we're kind of hashing back and forth in a group meeting with her, KCDC, and then planning staff as well.
Could you clarify that for us?
We can.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you're
Alright.
correct. The city, they don't want to take on the burden. It's, a lot of times, it's same with the county, is you say, I'm going to dedicate 20, 30, 100 acres, and they say, well, thanks. Yeah, there's no money to do.
Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, I mean, my thinking is kind of in line with what Commissioner Anderson's been saying. I think, I won't repeat everything he said. I think, too, though, I mean, if the city says we don't want responsibility for it, I don't think the city is necessarily going to change its mind in 60 days because, to Commissioner Levinson's point, we're not going to get an influx of money in 60 days for them to be able to have the resources to do it. And then in that case, you know, is it just not a public benefit because the city of Knoxville doesn't have control over it? I mean, if it's open to the public, if, you know, whoever's managing it, to me, is kind of irrelevant. I understand that it's safer and there's backstops with the city and they have the, you know, they've done it before. Let's say they run public parks. But the fact that the city isn't running it, to me, doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a public benefit. And, you know, the way I also see it is that, you know, what is a public benefit? I think, again, we talked about this on Tuesday, 650 housing units in the city of Knoxville, that's a good public benefit. And market rate housing, you know, number one, developers are allowed to make money. And number two, building new expensive units has actually been shown to decrease rental rates across the community. As you see in places like Austin, Texas, their rental rates are dropping. So to me, it's a public benefit as it is. And I'm not going to throw a fit about the postponement. I think that's fine. But I just think it's like we're getting into these hypotheticals and really needing city government to be involved when they clearly don't want to be. And so I think it's fine. Yeah, you know, I mean, to me, who runs the pool, what the fee for the pickleball court is, that's a matter of contract that doesn't really have anything to do with us. And I think it's fine as it is. So I just wanted to put that on the record because I just think we're getting into the weeds.
I'm trying to think, I guess the two nearest parks, well, you got Riverside Park, I'm not including Ned McWhirter Park, Morningside Park,
Botanical
and
Gardens.
maybe Sarah Moore Green. Do they have some facilities over there? Botanical Gardens. So I mean, I think we need to give some feedback. You know, is it recreation for kids? Is it walking trails that maybe connect? I don't know if we want it connecting to the golf course. We need to, I guess, talk to the golf course about that. But, you know, I think those are the things that we probably need to offer right now, and then let them work with staff based on those comments. So with that said, I've got still a number of people to talk about it. So Commissioner Adams.
I'm looking at the key development priorities for the city, and this is really in reflection to something that Commissioner Browning asked, because I had the same question, like what is a PD that we can point to that there were specific examples? And this property, because it's not in the same scenario as some of the others, doesn't have the same opportunities, but the preservation, restoration of historic structures, that's a public good. Like this is something that is being preserved for the entire community to be able to continue to have, or affordable housing, or the greenways connections. So I do think we have some specific guidance here as to what those things could be that is codified. And I also think that we did provide a good bit of guidance to this applicant previously. The disappointing part of the process for me is that it doesn't appear that they have followed that. So, I hear you. Like, it's like, can we just get this done?
Well, I think you've got their attention now. I think we've got their attention. They're listening to us.
All right, I'll stop, and we can
That's
start
okay. I'm not
solutions.
asking you to stop. I think he just said we're willing to receive some feedback here. So
Do we need to vote on the postponement first, or do we need to add the conditions?
No, we need to continue to have discussion, I think, here. We've got a motion and a second. Okay, so now Commissioner Browning.
I was thinking of Whitlow Park in Sequoia Hills. I mean, is that kind of what, you,
Yeah, it's a nice park.
when my kids were young, anybody would feel comfortable showing up over there. You had a basketball court, tennis court, stuff for the kids, benches. You think that's kind of what we're aiming for here?
I think that's a good example of, yeah, a very well-used and inviting park for the public. That would be one recommendation, I think, that's coming out of this body.
Which park is that? Is that
Whitlow is the one.
that I can
near
never
the
find?
warehouses. Near-
It's like I find it and then it'll be years again before I find it again.
No, it's right there where the warehouses are and the.
Centrally located and you have houses around it
Yes.
with the old
It's
fast
got
metal
the tennis
slides.
courts and
Yeah.
monkey bars, basketball court. Yeah, okay.
Chairman Hill, can I say one more thing? In terms of the parks issue too, it seems like there could be an opportunity to, with the legal agreements that we were talking about, is there some way that a nonprofit could get involved to help with that? So that it's not just the city, it's not just the HOA, but there's some like third entity there that is helping with the management of that? Just an idea.
Sure. Counselor, did you hear that?
I did, interesting enough, a meeting with the Williams Creek Golf Course Board meeting yesterday where one of the development team members attended, and Ms. Carol Evans with Legacy Parks is on that board, and we were approached about some collaboration there too, so.
Commissioner Boyer.
Just a point of clarification, how does it work if the city says no?
Well, I think that we are saying that we demand, for lack of a better term, some amenities that are commensurate with the planned development. So then I guess we would look to other sources like the HOA to be responsible for it.
Okay.
I think that's one consideration.
So it would still be dedicated, but it would just be a matter of the nonprofit or the HOA or someone else? Okay, so there's an avenue, there's multiple.
Yeah, or the management
Or the
group of
management company for the
Correct.
location? Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's go with Commissioner Anderson.
I'll just add to what I said earlier about kind of just the general outdoor recreation activities that I think just seeing how successful like the playgrounds have been at Lakeshore, I think another playground for kids and maybe some of the parking spots that I know are generally considered evil, but if we could put those close to the public amenities, that might make it more obvious to the public that, hey, this is for us. I personally, and I know I said this earlier, I would not push for the pool to be public, but I think just generally more of a park-like setting, as Commissioner Browning said.
And to that comment, initially it was contemplated to be with a neighborhood meeting. There was no interest from the attendees really at that meeting to have access to the public pool. So that's why that was taken out.
Okay.
That was the community meeting that happened following the November concept plan that we initially presented at. In December, we had the community meeting where we presented that, and there was not a desire for it.
Once we get done with this discussion, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, so I'm going to give you advance notice of that in case you guys want to beat the crowd here. But Commissioner Adams.
I tracked that the pool was no longer marked as public. There are spots in the packet that it still is marked as public, so you might want to address that. There was something else. I don't know exactly how to deal with this, but it's something that Commissioner Midas brought up in terms of the height of this, and that's different than a public amenity, but in terms of concerns with this and things that I think would be really wonderful to see come back and probably get greater traction with the community is something dealing with the height and something dealing with the density as it relates to the RN4 by right, RN6, like all of that. I think we need to see some greater respect for that come back to us.
That's a fair comment. But with that said, plan development is kind of supposed to exceed, maybe in some cases exceed limits of things like, I don't think we had a use for the stadium, did we? Wasn't that plan development? Yeah. But they enumerated their amenities, public amenities, so.
Yeah, I understand there needs to be some give and take there, but I would like to see that tamped down a bit.
That's feedback, Counselor. Okay, let's go with Vice Chair Huber.
Well, okay, and comment about that too, about the height. I mean, I don't disagree on one hand, but on the other hand, it's like you can't have it all. You can't have, a good bit of housing lower at 45 feet and then still maintain all of the common area. That's the problem. It goes down, it spreads out. It's the whole, sprawl y'all kind of thing, where, if you do single family, and that's what's happened in a lot of Knox County is we've just pushed out single family so far out, we've got to increase density somewhere closer. But this is a more extreme, when you're talking about 65 feet high, but the concept's still the same.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I don't know this, well, I'll just put it this way. There are some developments that have kept the height lower that have a park in front of them. It is very obvious.
And that's a lower density
Yeah.
is what's going to happen there. So that's fine. I hear you. I'm just respectfully not in full agreement with that. But for me, again, I think we need to be very clear with the message we send back to staff that what we are telling them, if it comes back, that we feel like this will be a substantial benefit to the city. Those are very key words, I think, in where we're going right now. So for me personally, as I've read it, I saw a lot of discussion about impervious area, parking, not as much about density, but parking. There was a lot of impervious area. I think they could probably scale back some of that impervious area, helps the environment. Also, just you can create more green space, with that. So that would be one suggestion that I would like to see, a little less parking. I do think if it's possible to get the park amenities closer to Delrose. So if you're on the sidewalk system down there, you can ride your bike over to it. You know where it is. It's more centrally located to the community and to them. Now, I don't want to get too much in detail because I'm not a civil engineer, and I know and I have a lot of respect for all these guys that do this every day. So there may be some challenges with that. I just think it needs to be looked at. But the bottom line is better access, better visibility for the public amenities. I too am not necessarily on board with a pool. I think some playground equipment. They were talking about art park and some things like that in that area. I think that's great. If it could all just be pulled up, maybe they can over detain the pond in another area, move it to another area on the other side. There's a few townhouses right there at the entrance. We need all the housing we can get, but even if somehow the townhouses in the community park area were switched, if that's feasible. Again, I know all the water is rolling downhill towards that, so I'm not going to force that, but the theory of that coming down there on that kind of that northeast corridor of the entrance right there would be a nice spot for that. The last thing I'd bring up is I feel pretty strongly about affordable housing as well. And Councilor brought up, a potential set aside for some affordable housing for the less, some of the folks in our community that can't afford to live anywhere. And this deal is 2 miles from downtown. You could ride your bike downtown. A lot of jobs, a lot of great things with that. I'd like to see them commit to a certain percentage of whatever it is set aside, saying, hey, we're going to work with KCDC or private developers or whoever to incorporate, some affordable housing into the project. So, for me personally, with those things that I've mentioned, for me, I do feel like it's a substantial benefit to the city.
Okay, Commissioner Overton.
Thank you. I promise I'm not intentionally trying to sound impatient here. But the Article 16, when it contemplates the design characteristics and amenities, I think a lot of what's listed there is shown in this development plan. I think the issue that we're having is there's a lot of vagueness around what's public, who's controlling it and stuff like that. And so I think, again, I'm not trying to take away from any of what the commissioners have suggested, but I think for me, the overall theme of this discussion seems to be that we just really, I think it would be helpful for me to have a list of the amenities, a list of who's controlling them, who's responsible for them. And then once we have that more set in stone, you know, or even what's contemplated for set in stone next meeting, we'll be able to have a more, you know, robust discussion that's not necessarily based on hypotheticals about what benefits this provides to the public. So just trying to like not cut to the chase in a negative sense, but that seems to just be kind of the overarching issue here. And I just think that's kind of what we just need to nail down for the next one.
Commissioner Biggs.
Thanks. Yeah, just wanted to maybe piggyback on what Commissioner Huber was saying in terms of maybe some more directive guidance. I agree. I think consolidating the public amenities close to maybe that southeast quadrant, Delrose, you have the access via Riverside that's proposed as well. You have kind of currently the majority of amenities over there already, the natural park, the gardens, the dog park. So if you were to pull over the pickleball courts, pull over the playground into that area and make it more cohesive and open, I think that would, signal to the public more that this is an area that is separate from the rest of the development that's able to be used. And I think that would be helpful. I think that was the main point of my comment there was, just that proposed consolidation there in the southeast corner. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think we're down to no more lights. So we have a motion and a second for a 60-day postponement. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's take a 10, it's 4 o'clock, let's come back at 4:10. All right, let's get restarted. On to agenda item 28. Applicant BT Davis Enterprises LLC, west side of Wright Road, south of Alkison Lane, approximately 19,368 square feet. Present zoning, low-density residential, zoning requested, plan residential, existing land use, multifamily residential. Density proposed up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation, deny plan residential zone up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre because the property is inconsistent with the zone's intent and would create a non-conformity. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present for item 28? Item 28. All right, any opposition? Any opposition? Commission? All right, let's go with Commissioner Midas.
I guess I'd like to go ahead and make a, okay, all right. Okay, I'll go ahead and make a recommendation to deny the PR planned residential zone up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre because the property is inconsistent with the zone's intent and would create a nonconformity.
We have a motion by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Levinson to deny per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to agenda item 30. What's that?
30 is a 60-day postponement. Yes, 30 to 60 days.
Okay, we won't do 30.
Yeah, we're going to go to 32.
Next is agenda item 32, applicant Adam and Ashley Fernandez, north side of Buttermilk Road, west of Marietta Church Road, 1 acre tract, present zoning ag, zoning requested, plan residential, existing land use, single family residential, up to 2 dwelling units per acre is what is proposed. Staff recommendation, deny the plan residential zone with up to 2 dwelling units per acre because it is not consistent with the Knox County Growth Policy Plan. Is the applicant present? Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, you may proceed if you so choose. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Adam Fernandez, 12321 Buttermilk Road, 37932. So I understand planning staff's request to deny the rezoning request. From what I understand, the policies applying to the rural area per the growth policy plan that was amended is all requirements are for residential development are met except for policy 4.3C stating that, 4.3B stating that sanitary sewer or a sewage system approved and maintained by a public utility company and public water must be available. But the end of that policy also states, the intent of this section is to allow residential development into rural areas where utilities and infrastructure are currently available. So as we're all aware, of course, intent is important, so I'll go into intent in a moment, but I do believe adequate utilities and infrastructure are available. I guess I'm just a bit confused because I spoke to planning staff, more than one individual, and they had confirmed that this has been done before, kind of what I'm requesting. In fact, it actually was a staff recommendation that I submit this rezoning request. So you see there, I don't know how much information you all have, but basically on our property there are, and you can zoom in perhaps to help you out, but of course, this whole area is agriculture. We're on a septic tank. We have a septic tank for the house, which is towards the left, on the west side of the property. And there also is another septic tank on sort of the east side of the property. And I actually have this subsurface sewage disposal system file search application that we came to find out about when we had closed on the property. And ultimately, what we found was that the previous owner, the person who had this house before us, and I can just read from here, this says for the septic tank, from 1996, this is from Knox County Health Department staff. From 1996 to 2003, a mobile home was on this property. So April 11, 2022, Knox County Health Department gave approval for a garage to be remodeled into a 2-bedroom apartment and utilize this existing SSDS, basically utilize this existing septic tank. So what I'm a little, I guess that's where I'm a little bit confused about. So I think my intent is the same as the previous owner too. Just as you can see, there's a garage there on the side. There's a detached garage there on the side of the house. It's the intent is the same, to use that garage, turn it into a 2-bedroom apartment. Really, it's all just for my mother-in-law. She lives somewhere else, and the intention is to have her move into this place. It would be, of course, more cost-effective for her rather than having to purchase something else that'd be a lot more money. Just do a renovation on the garage. Like I said, the septic tank is just east of the garage. Our septic tank is just behind the house by the farm. And so we just want a space for her to live in. And of course, like I said, it's not for commercial purposes. Like I said, I think I mentioned there are adequate utilities and infrastructure. I mentioned the septic tanks. There was that mobile home. Of course, it's not there anymore, but there was a mobile home late 90s, early 2000s. Of course, our house was built in 78. So at some point, there were 2 dwellings on the property, and they were serviced by the septic tank behind the house, and then the septic tank to the east was servicing the mobile home. So, of course, there's also an electric meter that's literally on the side of the garage. So there's electric right there. There's a water main right there off of Buttermilk Road. There's a main for our house, and there's also a water main right in front of basically the garage. So I believe there's adequate utilities and infrastructure. And the septic tank, we actually had someone go look at the septic tank, and the septic tank was barely used. Of course, whenever the mobile home was there. And so I request effectively and I've spoken to our neighbors about it, and no one's had any issues with it. Again, it's a simple thing. This is, of course, us rezoning to planned residential. We're not, we're limited to 2 dwellings per acre per the amended growth policy plan. And so, it's not like we can of course, we're on 1 acre in the property, so we can only have these 2 dwellings. And so this couldn't turn into some more elaborate, kind of invasive or intrusive residential development that would adversely impact any surrounding areas. So I think it's kind of a simple request, and obviously there were 2 dwellings at some point. That's kind of what I request that, of course, that this be approved.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. Question for staff, is there an alternative route that would help them accomplish an ADU on their property?
Based on the requirements outlined in the growth policy plan, to my knowledge, there is not an alternative route. It lays out pretty clear the requirements that are needed. And as the applicant mentioned, the second requirement, connection to sanitary sewer, is not being met.
Mr. Elliott, you want to weigh in on this?
I believe the applicant could request a variance from the BZA to allow the 2 dwelling units per whatever acreage he has in the ag zone. Being that RA is not allowed in the rural area, they have pretty routinely granted those variances. Obviously, I don't have a vote on that board.
What would you imagine the hardship be?
He would have to, I don't want to give him a hardship. Okay. He'd have to establish the hardship.
Yeah.
I think he could go make his case before BZA, and there's been some people pretty successful at it in the last few months.
Okay. So you might, if this doesn't work out for you, you might want to heed that advice.
Sorry, what was the entity that you said VZ?
Board of Zoning Appeals.
Board of Zoning Appeals, and you would essentially get a variance to lot intensity in the ag zone.
Yeah, I think the alternative that I had thought about was it kind of seemed sort of like a de facto zoning variance, because of course at some point it wasn't allowed, I suppose, based on the agricultural zoning, and of course there were 2 dwellings on that 1 acre lot. So of course there may not have been any formal writing for it, but I took it as sort of a de facto variance, even though there may not have been anything formal.
All right, let's go with Vice Chair Huber. Are you done, Commissioner Higgins?
I was just going to add, I think that maybe that historic condition might be something that could help with the Board of Zoning Appeals, but my leaning on this right now would be to, after we discuss, maybe postpone and let him have that opportunity and then come back after pursuing that, so.
Okay. Vice Chair Huber.
So and I appreciate you, Nick, pulling up it's a 2003 aerial that's up there now on KGIS, and it does show the trailer there. So I think that's important. But my question, you had some documentation from the health department. I mean, does it have an active septic drain field permit for that second structure?
Yeah, and I'm happy to provide that. I didn't know about, how to provide documentation, but I actually do here. There's like a drawing of sort of relative to the mobile home. We identified the septic. There's like a stick in the ground by where the septic is, and we've had someone go look at the septic tank, so we know exactly where that is. I'd never seen this older aerial view, but.
Yeah, I think, and the septic location's good. It's always good to know that, but I think it's generally about the reserve line in the drain field that's draining from it. Do you have any information on that? Should be
on the drain field?
Yeah. I mean, it should be, if it's drawn, it should be on there showing the drain field, but.
Yeah, I believe, I'm not,
yeah,
I'm
that's
not
fine.
an engineer.
It's just more of a question. I mean, it is kind of an unusual thing because I know staff, so they're saying it says sanitary sewer, which means the actual gravity sewer lines, and that's where they're getting hung up on it. And I don't know, I'm with you. It could go to BZA, but at the same time, goodness, I mean, it sounds to me like he has 2 septic permits already on the property.
Yeah, and I did speak to Knox County Health Department a few weeks ago, right around the time that I submitted my application in March. And they said, we'll have to go back out there to sort of recertify because you are a different, you would be effectively, you're a different applicant than the person who submitted this, is my understanding. But ultimately, he said they have no problem going out there and just to make sure that everything looks like it's supposed to. But of course, you can see the septic is, it's just directly behind the mobile home. And so we know that we're very confident that there wouldn't be any issue getting a septic installer, not an installer, because it's already there, but someone to service that, to be able to route it to the garage.
Yeah. So is your intent to convert the garage or put a new trailer out there?
Convert the garage.
Okay.
Yeah, the garage has a new roof. The siding is great. I mean, there's most of the construction would really be mostly renovation. And like I said, there's already electric there. There's the water main right in front of the garage, where you can pull water from, so.
Me too. We're trying to figure out a way to get you there, and like I said, can the staff speak, or Steve even, I know it specifically says, gravity sewer, sanitary sewer, but I mean, can we not consider a septic tank sanitary?
So currently under the agricultural zone, it's also just 1 unit per acre, and that you can only have 1. But if you were able to obtain a second acre, you would be able to have a second unit on your property, if you were able to expand.
Unless it's rezoned to PR at 2. Right.
Yeah, in theory, I'd like to just magically take that acre that belongs to the 47-acre farm behind me, but can't do that.
So I guess another follow-up question for staff too. So it's in rural living, and I can break my book out here and check on it, but you probably guys know it like the back of your hand. I mean, rural living still allows up to 2 units an acre, is that correct?
Yes, it is. It does allow up to 2 dwelling units an acre. I think the concern is less so about the 2 dwelling units an acre and more so about just meeting those requirements in the growth policy plan.
Trying to get there. All right, I'll just go ahead and jump out here and say, I'll make a motion to approve planned residential up to 2 units an acre, because he does have 2 septic permits on the property currently, although it is not technically the sanitary sewer. I would look at that as sanitary sewer because it is an approved permit on the property.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Higgins to approve PR up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Do we have any other comments? We do. We've got Commissioner Midas.
I appreciate Commissioner Huber's efforts. I guess, I'm hesitant to go against staff's recommendation on this, and I was just wondering, would the applicant prefer that we ask for a postponement to see if you could go to BZA before having this vote?
I mean, my intent is just, turning it to a living space, and I don't care how we get there. I'm just trying to do the right thing.
Because if it is denied, right, you'll have to, you can't come back with the same request. Do you want to talk about it, Chairman Hill?
Yeah, I think whether we voted up, if we vote it down, he could still, it's my understanding, he could still go to BZA, so that won't prohibit him from that.
Correct, and the deadline for BZA is May 14th, so he would still have time to get on the May agenda.
Okay.
And so if BZA doesn't approve it, and we vote it down now, is there any other option?
Unfortunately, no. Wait on the UDO to go through and hope, and maybe we can find a way in that process.
Well,
Commissioner Adams.
So just to clarify, because I'm kind of having the same trouble, everything you said sounds totally reasonable, trying to follow the rules and guidelines that have been laid out for us. And if there's a route through BZA that could be successful, great. And so if we postponed today, that would allow him to go to BZA, and then if it
He
didn't
could
work
go
out
to
at BZA?
I mean, he could go to BZA regardless. So even if he's denied here, then he still has an avenue, which is BZA. It's just depending on what we want to do.
So, but if he's denied here and he pursues BZA and that doesn't work, then he's in UDO land, which that could be a while. And so if we postpone, then there would be, I
And
mean,
I think
it
he
doesn't
would-
change the circumstances.
I
but-
think he would have to, would he not have to request the postponement, Director?
No, the city and the county code are different, so
Okay.
you all can postpone it.
Okay.
So that being the case, I think I've got clarity. I would not be supportive of the approval because of what Kelsey has pointed out in the case, but would like to help this applicant try and get there, so would support the postponement so that he can pursue BZA and then come back.
So I've got a quick,
Go
sorry.
ahead, Vice Chair Huber.
Sorry to cut and jump in front of you. So this is more for engineering. So are there cases that the county has looked at on where there's say, a common drain field for a subdivision? You follow me? There's a common area that has, there was 100 houses, but there was sewer nowhere near it. And you couldn't pump to it, you couldn't get to it. But there is a utility company that would come in and say, hey, we would look at that and drain it all down to it. You follow what I'm asking? I mean, we've seen those situations, I guess. I mean, would that be considered sanitary sewer?
I'm going to defer to Jim here. He was more involved in that process than me.
Yeah, we talked about that. The way we have, there's several of those private systems throughout the county that at the end of their life cycle become very cost prohibitive for homeowners. So as part of the legislation, with the growth policy plan, we required, you can do those private systems, but at the end of, at the acceptance, the public utility has to take them on. You can't have a private vendor maintain them, which, so there are vendors that do that. So it does have to be, you can use them, but they have to be accepted and maintained by a public utility.
Okay, and that's where my mind was going with a lot of this, and I think that's a newer evolution of some of this that the public utility has to take it over. So I was trying to draw a connection between that and the sanitary and getting all that together. So yeah, it could be, that BZA might be your best option. Now that said, is it better still to vote? Because even if he gets voted down, he goes to BZA, right?
Yes. He could, if he chose to do so.
But if it's voted up, then he doesn't have to go to BZA.
Correct.
So I guess motion's on the floor.
Commissioner Anderson.
I'm going to support Vice Chair Huber's motion, but I have a question for engineering. When someone gets a permit to do a septic tank, isn't it usually based on a certain number of bedrooms?
Yes, that's correct. The health department would size it per bedroom.
So the applicant, does it mention that on?
Yeah, the septic system is a Watson 1000. I'm sure you all are familiar with that. No? Just kidding. Sorry. Yeah, it's approved for a two-bedroom apartment.
So I mean,
It's,
Prior to permitting, we would ask for that septic letter. He would have to provide that septic letter before he could pull a permit to convert that garage.
okay, so I mean, assuming he wants to do a two-bedroom, which I think that's what you said, in the garage, I mean, it's I guess the sewage system's already there, so I do think that this is something I'll support.
Any other comments? Commissioner Adams.
Sorry. Playing a hypothetical here, but we approve this, it still goes to county commission. So there could also be some bumps in the road at that point as well, based upon how that body interprets these guidelines. So I just wanted clarity for myself, but also for the applicant that it's not one and done today, so that the BZA route, again, might be the way to avoid all troubles.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the planned residential zone up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? 2 noes. Is that right? 2 noes? Got 2 noes. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 35, Masana Investments LLC, location south side of Coppic Road, east side of Majors Road, 29.29 acres. Present zoning agricultural, zoning requested plan residential, existing land use agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed 5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to approve the planned residential zone with up to 4 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and compatible with the surrounding developments, subject to the one noted conditions. Is the applicant present? All right. Do we have any opposition? Any opposition? We do have opposition. All right. Would you like to proceed or defer?
Defer, please.
All right. And let me go here to item 35. We have a Mr. John Wells. John Wells, is he here? Okay, how about Tammy Barker? Make sure I got the right agenda item here. I think I do. Okay. Holly King. Okay.
Hi there. My name is Holly King. I live at 7920 Coppic Road, Corrington, Tennessee, 37721. I have some online petitions that we had filled out that I'd like to give you guys, if that's okay.
Sure. If you'll give the staff, please.
I'll try to make it quick because I know there's a lot of people who need to talk still. So I'll just address a couple of main concerns that I have, as well as provide a possible solution. This is in a rural area. As you can see, Thompson Meadows, which is directly adjoining to this property, has already been granted 4.25 dwelling units. If you go right up the road, they're going to have an additional 180, which is the first phase. They're going up to 500 houses in that area. If you go up additionally, one road, Overlet Road, it's in the process of getting approved, as well as so many other huge subdivisions in the area, which is changing the dynamic of the entire property. There are concerns with infrastructure. If you come down Majors Road, first main concern, if you turn on to Coppic right from Majors Road, the property does not even have lines because it comes to a 3-way stop. It is so tight that you cannot pass a large vehicle, a dually, mail truck, anything, dump truck, anything. When you get to that side view, you have to stop and allow people to pass. It's exactly directly in front of where they want to do the proposed subdivision, as well as if you're going down Emory and you're turning out of that area, getting onto Emory, there's a hill that comes over Emory, and it's unbelievable to try the traffic already to try to turn onto Emory, and people fly down that road. So that's a huge, huge concern with infrastructure. Not only going on to Coppic, which Coppic is the same way. If you go down Coppic Road, there's many places that you have to stop to allow multiple, you can't even, there's not even lines in the road. It's so tight. And these are the 2 main entrances that we're talking about for this property. If you go down Majors, like we discussed, on to Emory, the blind hill is a huge issue, as well as the time. My son, he goes to the elementary school, and We are talking, it's a 2.3 miles for us to go from our house on Coppic to the elementary school. It takes us over 20 minutes to get him to school in the morning for drop-off. Unbelievable time. The only way we can even cut that down is to cut up Thompson Road to go over on Carnes and to do a back road around the Ruritan Park to go up on Barker, just so we can cut down 5 minutes, 10 minutes to make the drop-off a little bit easier for people. So now we're talking about adding potentially up to 150 houses on top of the 200 or 500 that are up there and the 200 that were approved previously. It's a huge adjustment for our community. It's a huge problem with infrastructure, and that's a lot of the concerns. One more thing, I'll be super quick, I'm so sorry. There is a proposition from a horse farm, and they are a recovery horse institution, and they are proposing that they're looking for a property in our area. They're willing to do over 20 acres, and they have the funding to pay for a property of this scale. That would be a wonderful adjustment for our community. That would be a wonderful option to keep this community in a rural section, as well as allow for the opportunities that they're needing, but also help with the infrastructure needs that we are seeing on our own side. Last thing, on this online petition that I said, as you can see, it is 98.63% strongly opposed. There's so many different things you could go through here. How it's 100%, it's going to affect these roads that are on majors, Emory, Coppic, Thompson School Road. And then if we're concerned about the rezoning, if we're concerned about how it's going to negatively impact our schools, 100%. And then there's 146 applicants who have signed this, stated their concerns, as well as the 50-some that supplied the comments on the public planning page. So we're just urging you guys to consider some other options. We're urging you to consider the rural area and the desires of the people, because it doesn't feel like we're being heard, and we're continually going and going and going and trying to stop what's happening with our current infrastructure and all the problems that we're experiencing. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Gregory Stevens.
Good afternoon, good evening, I guess it is. My name is Gregory Stevens. I live at 7745 Majors Road, directly across the road from the Butler Farm. It is 23 feet from the end of my driveway to the gate to the farm. For reference, I would describe this as more the Kearns Branch Farm, because the Kearns Branch runs directly through this piece of land, and it's a very important piece of waterway. If you ever were out in our area during the heavy rainy season, you'd see that Kearns Branch drains a lot of the runoff from the ridge line down underneath the road at Coppic Road, and it flows on down and drains off into the Willow Creek. If you disturb that in any way, you're going to have an issue with the Kearns Branch and Willow Creek and on down into Halls, into Beaver Creek, really. So I would refer to this as more the Kearns Branch Farm. I'm confident that the members of this committee, this commission, that you'll do the right thing when you consider all of the already spoken of, the things that we've seen in the way of farms being lost. The American Planning Association, which most of you are probably familiar with, has done a great deal of research and study. They poured a lot of resources into looking at the loss of rural farmland and the cost that it is created to the communities and the counties and the governments of those counties. While it's true that farmland doesn't produce, even a vital, vibrant farm doesn't produce a lot of tax revenue up front, the backside of that is that they do provide a great deal of benefit to the communities and the counties that they're in. They don't require the policing. They don't require the infrastructure. They don't require the additional funding for schooling that the farm behind there that you see has created an enormous strain on our schools. They don't require all of this, so it is a win for the counties. It's a win for the communities. We're a rural community. Preserving our rural farmland provides a long-time benefit, more benefit than a large housing development. A working
Mr. Stevens,
farm.
if you could please try to wrap up if you can
Okay.
here. We've got 2 more yet to speak.
Okay. A working farm in this area that she mentioned, the horse farm, with the University of Tennessee Agricultural Department and the Knoxville Zoo could benefit our schools, our increased need for food diversity. It would be a win-win all the way around. So I'm sure that you guys will consider voting no to this proposition to rezone a vital farm to a non-agricultural subdivision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leah Hanley? Leah Hanley? Let's see, we've actually got 3 more folks to speak, is that right, Director Brooks?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, 3 total, so let's extend, how about a minute and a half for each one? Is that good? Go ahead.
If I may ask for just a little bit of extra time, I'm reading something for my next door neighbor who couldn't be here today. The primary concern is flooding. While it is true that Thompson Meadows has a retention pond nearby, dozens of homes within our small community experience flooding on a regular basis. Our house property backs up to 5J25RZ, and we are greatly concerned about the amount of water buildup between our property and this one. Neighbors have already tried to have their issues addressed, and they have been continuously ignored by both the county and the builder. To continue developing land without implementing adequate measures to safeguard both present and future residents would be profoundly irresponsible and negligent. Traffic is also a major concern. The proposal indicates a potential for connecting roads from our subdivision to the new development via Squirrel Run Lane and Grasshopper Lane. As far as our Thompson Meadows community is concerned, this is irrevocably unacceptable. As I understand it, the turn from Majors Road onto Emory is already considered dangerous. An increase in traffic from the new surrounding developments will only exacerbate this problem. The last thing our community needs is a slew of cars racing through our neighborhood in order to get traffic light at Thompson School Road and Emory, since it would be safer to turn there. This would not only endanger our residents, children, and pets, but it would also significantly accelerate the wear and tear on our neighborhood roads. Corrigan is small in a community with very little terms of road infrastructure. Both Tazewell and Emory are already packed with cars and surrounding roads, small, narrow, and winding. There are a ridiculous number of wrecks on a weekly basis. The traffic problems are exacerbated because the number of subdivisions are already popping up all over the area. This puts strain on a maxed out infrastructure. Continuing to build with no forethought for the people's safety is negligence. I consider for widening both Emory and Tazewell must be addressed as quickly as possible before any new development is approved. In conclusion, I sincerely hope that you will put the safety and well-being of the current future residents first. Please carefully consider the hardships we face and potential suffering for the residents if this critical issue of water management, flooding, and traffic are not addressed promptly and effectively. I urge the committee to reconsider rezoning 5J25RZ for residential development and maybe considering making this a park instead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Tim Tyndall.
I'm sorry, may I please speak on my behalf as well? This was for my neighbor. Is that
Okay, but we can't speak for, everybody that, you're really here to speak for you and not for neighbors that can't be here. I mean, you can speak for neighbors that be here, but you use your time.
I
So
did-
and I've extended time well beyond what we would normally do. I'll give you 30 seconds,
Okay.
please.
If I can just plead with all of you, there are no sidewalks where we live, and it's a new development. There's tons of flooding. I'm experiencing flooding. I have toddlers, and we are asking our toddlers to walk on the grass of our neighbors against our neighbors' wishes because they can't walk safely in the road. It's already being used. I'm sorry, I'm so flustered. It's just unsafe. People are already flying through that road, and if this road connects to a new development, it's just really scary. We've had a number of close calls already of little kids almost getting hit. Our whole neighborhood has kids, and it's just been really scary. So I just would urge you, we've already tried to think of speed bumps and sidewalks in ways that we could make it better through our HOA. I'm sure I'm going over time, but I think you get where I'm coming from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Tim Tyndall.
Yeah, Tim Tyndall, 7831 Majors Road. I just have some more signed petitions here. Before y'all do any kind of approving, I wish you would take a look at the number of houses that's been built in our little community within like a 2-mile range in the past year, and what is already approved and going on right now, 4 subdivisions in a less than a 2-mile radius. And hey, we moved to the country to get away from, I'll quit before I get myself in trouble, but y'all take serious thought into it.
Appreciate your comments. We have Mr. Jay Sanders.
Jay Sanders, 8071 Kaylee Dale Way, Coreyton, Tennessee, 37721. Thank you for this process. Thank you for affording me the time. It's a personal matter here in terms of safety. Our roads in that area, particularly the exhibit I submitted at Emory Road and Majors, it's got some signage, it's got hills, it's got ditches, no shoulders, and that almost all these new home traffic will be coming onto Majors, going to Emory, normally going towards the Gibbs area for the schools, elementary, middle, and high school. So please, if you would take a moment, just look over those pictures. It's a considered a dangerous intersection currently, and adding a potential of many families. Put yourself in the position of a young mom trying to get the kids ready for school, rushing out the door, sees 5 or 6 cars ahead of her at the intersection. You can't see it coming from the right, and it's a fairly speedy intersection of Emory. We know they don't drive the normal speed limit, so it's a thing of safety. Right now, you have the responsibility, maybe even the accountability of having folks injured there because we're putting too many homes when the infrastructure can't support it. So please make a change in infrastructure, whatever needs to be done. But it's a considered hazard for us in that neighborhood, and adding more to it is not the best option. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew Staton, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939. Appreciate the opposition taking time out of their busy days to come voice their concerns. We respectfully request approval per staff recommendation. A few of our points mainly stem from the fact that this is under the planned growth area. It's in the suburban residential overlay. The adjacent subdivision that has been mentioned has 2 stub outs off of Grasshopper Lane. The applicant was required to put those in several years ago for this exact purpose, which is connectivity and future development. And so we feel, also for the fact that it is adjacent to 4.25 dwelling units per acre, we feel that this is justifiable at 4, and we're open to that and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Commission. Commissioner Daly.
So I have a couple of things to ask engineering and for the opposition. I feel your pain. I live in that area. I fight the traffic every day on Tazewell Pike, on Emory Road. Before I moved back to Gibbs, I looked at a house on Majors Road, and I did not buy that house because I said I do not want to turn out onto Emory Road every day. So I totally get where you all are coming from as far as what's coming. I think for me, it's a hard place to be in because we do have the growth policy to follow. That is our guidelines. But I completely understand your all's point of view as well. I know at one point, there was talk that Emory Road was getting widened. Is that something that is just hearsay or something that has been?
Yeah, Commissioner Daly. The state did have, in not this last plan, but the two plans before, have the widening of Emory Road in that. The county obviously has lobbied heavily for that improvement. We see that, that's a needed infrastructure in our community. And it was going to be widened from Halls to Gibbs, or from Tazewell Pike to Maynardville Pike to 5 lanes. But the most recent 10-year plan that was announced just actually last week does not have it in there. We continue to press TDOT on that because we know it's a big artery in our community, but there are no plans at this point to improve it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Biggs.
I was just hoping staff could comment on the proposed, I guess, condition of improving Majors Road to the intersection with Emory Road. Could you describe that condition? Is that like all the way from where the property would be back to Emory Road?
So there are two scenarios proposed in the condition. If the development proposes a private right-of-way or public right-of-way connection to Majors Road, then Majors Road would need to be improved from their access point up to the intersection at Emory Road, as well as need to provide line of sight and an evaluation for need of turn lane at Emory Road during the concept plan application. If any private right-of-way are proposed on Emory Road, this condition would not be triggered. The other scenario is if the development uses the stop outs or one of the stop outs on the Thompson Meadow subdivision, then those connection points would need to be improved as required by the Knox County Engineering and Public Works Department.
Okay, thank you. And I guess to the applicant, it sounds like the plan is to use the Squirrel Run stub out as the primary point of ingress and egress?
Correct, in Grasshopper Lane.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. I think everyone's comments have identified the pickle that Knox County is in because, as been said a lot, and then I'll say it over and over again, we've got a pretty bad housing crisis. The median sale price of a house in 2025, or March 2025, was like $400,000. That's the median. But then our roads need improvement, and that's just the truth. The problem for us is we don't really deal with infrastructure as much here. We have to consider the infrastructure. The truth that I think no one really talks about is the fact that it's not politically feasible for our elected representatives. We're not elected. Our elected representatives are never going to raise your property taxes. And so to get the revenue to be able to afford the road improvements, we need more volume of people paying property taxes. So that's where we're at. And so they've identified this property as planned growth in the comprehensive plan, like Commissioner Daly said. So I want you to know that I'm sympathetic and I'm not doing this to try to just hammer through and not consider the roads, but we're just in this bad situation. And my personal view that I bring to this body is that I think people deserve a roof over their heads. And I think that people in Knoxville deserve affordable housing, and our community and our kids deserve to be able to stay here. And as it stands, Knoxville is losing people my age in droves because no one can afford to live here. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the planned residential zone up to 4 dwelling units an acre per staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Overton to approve planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre per staff recommendation. That was seconded by Commissioner Levinson. And I'm seeing no other lights. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. On to agenda item 40, applicant Brad Pruitt, location north side of Asheville Highway, east of Holston Ferry Road, west of South Ridge Road, 5.13 acres, present zoning agriculture, zoning requested planned commercial, existing land use agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Staff recommendation, deny planned commercial zone because it is incompatible with environmental constraints on the site. Is the applicant present?
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
And do we have opposition? Any opposition? Any opposition? Okay, nobody signed up for opposition. Counselor, you may proceed if you so choose.
Thank you. This is an 8.5 acre tract of land. It's adjacent to this newly proposed mixed-use ball field commercial development RV park. That is, you're going to hear just a couple of agenda items later from right now. It's up for a development plan and master plan approval. You can see there in the zoning map that's up, about 3.4 acres of the frontage of that property is already zoned CA commercial zoning. We're only asking for the back 5.13 acres to be rezoned to planned commercial. And if we could pull up the land use plan, we'll see that the entirety of that parcel has the corridor commercial land use map attached to it. Staff is recommending denial because it's incompatible with the environmental constraints on the property. And what they say is actually the requested parcel from A to PC for the rear portion of subject property would be a minor extension of the PC zoning from the west. There is a preliminary master plan to develop the 126 acre abutting parcel, but these plans have not been evaluated by Planning Commission yet, and such cannot be considered for a change of conditions. And I want to come back to that. In the corridor commercial, both the CA and the PC are directly related under the use matrix that the Advanced Knox plan has. They're directly related to the place type, and of the two, the planned commercial would be preferred because it's a planned zone that necessitates coming back through staff and having a development plan be reviewed by this body for approval. So I want to focus on the two issues that staff appears to hinge its recommendation for a denial on it. First is the no changing conditions. And I just read that, there is a preliminary master plan for 126 acres to the west, but staff is saying since it hasn't been considered yet, we can't consider that a change in conditions. Technically, that's correct. It's going to be considered a little later this afternoon. But I really think that's really semantics. So staff has evaluated it. They are recommending approval with conditions. And so I do think that, and again, nothing's guaranteed in this business. I've been doing this long enough, but I do think that that plan is going to be approved in some form or fashion. It certainly will be evaluated and approved before this gets to county commission. So I do think there is a change in conditions that would justify the rezoning in this, that this body can and should consider. The other point that staff makes is they believe that this corridor commercial zoning may be an error, and says although the PC zone is directly related to the corridor commercial place type on the property, staff considers this place type location to be a potential error in the comprehensive plan. And I don't think this is an error. If you look, it has the planned commercial zone all the way, to both the east and the west, and the front part of it is already zoned CA. So it would make sense that this entire parcel be considered in the corridor commercial zone. Split zoning is difficult enough as it is, but splitting a plan on a piece of property is difficult. It's adjacent to the RC place type, but it's also sandwiched between the PC and the CA zoning. And while the property does have steep slopes on it, that doesn't prevent commercial development from occurring, especially in a planned zone that would come back through this body. This property is intended to be part of the next phase of the commercial master plan development that is going in next door. Exactly how it's going to be used and what portions of it will be used, we don't know yet. That will have to come back through this body. But staff's comments, that they made to deny this in the agenda review implied that by keeping the property ag, it'll preserve the forests on there and the old growth. In the ag zoning, if it were to remain, the highest and best use for this property would be its timber value. And that's something that can be done now without any permits. In fact, even if the hillside protection were applied in the county and were placed on this property, there's state law that says that, the county zoning cannot regulate an agricultural use of land. So this property could be completely disturbed right now without any approvals. By changing it to a planned commercial, then whatever does occur on this property is something this body would have a chance to look at, evaluate, and really look at in the grand scheme of things. And so I think that would really make a lot of sense. Go ahead and approve the zoning, approve the planned commercial, and let them come forward with a plan for the second phase, and let this body really look at it at that time. By changing the zoning, you're not automatically disturbing the property. You're not doing anything but giving the property owner and the developer, the right to come forward with another plan to be reviewed and evaluated. And I think that's what should happen here. Again, the policy number one in Advanced Knox is transparency and predictability. And it's reasonable for my client who's investing millions of dollars, over $200 million in this project, to look at the plans that we adopted, looked at the corridor commercial, and think it's reasonable to ask for planned commercial on this property that's directly related. He's actually relocating here to Knoxville, and he's going to be here for a long time and excited about moving forward with his project. So I think we should encourage people to invest millions of dollars in our county that's going to have a multiplier effect and bring people to Knoxville instead of just driving through Knoxville for these travel ball leagues, which is really a pocket industry right now.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. I would ask that you please approve this.
All right. Commissioner Overton.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys are going to believe me, but I actually really do love trees. David Attenborough is one of my heroes. But I think council's point in terms of being able to cut down trees and the uses available in ag are good points in the sense that when you talk about cutting down trees, I'm thinking cost of lumber. I'm not going to get into it. We don't need to get into it, guys. But let's just be honest about what's happening in terms of the cost of materials for building houses in terms of things being imported. So I think that it's a reasonable concern of us, if we want to preserve trees, to be able to rezone this into something that we'll get to review again and then have more input maybe into like, hey, you're cutting all the trees down versus as it stands now, this property owner can make a lot of money cutting down these trees and stuff. So I'm in favor of this, but I'll hear what other people have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, knowing that this is part of the adjacent master plan, I think that, and the fact that with planned commercial, it will be coming back to us, I think that there's opportunity to see how, I mean, this is a difficult slope to work with, and I definitely don't want to encourage any further disruption of slope, but I do think that from what we've seen so far of their plan, it's more likely going to be something that's more incorporated in to the overall development and the slopes versus removing the mountain or something, or the hillside here. If that is the plan, then when it comes back under planned commercial, then I would be opposing that. So I think that because there's other steps in this process, this seems kind of appropriate, especially with it being tied to everything else. I think, if it were just this by itself, absolutely could not support it, but with everything else happening here, I think it's appropriate.
Vice Chair Huber.
Well, I would echo both of those thoughts from Commissioner Higgins and Commissioner Overton. In general, it would almost be, to me, I don't think it's an error either. I mean, honestly, if it wasn't there, I would think it was an error. If it wasn't called for the corridor commercial on this parcel of it, I know that it's steep, but again, as Commissioner Higgins was mentioning, yeah, I think it becomes a part of the overall larger plan. And kind of referencing back to the Gibbs and Coreyton that Commissioner Overton was talking about, increasing tax base. We don't directly we're not directly in charge of that, and that's more of a county commission, city council thing. But what I can tell you is I know the goal, or one of the goals anyway, of the comprehensive plan is to zone commercial property in the proper areas. Increase that because it does get taxed at a 40% tax rate versus a 25% tax rate on the residential, and that's how we create roads. That's how we expand our road system. So I mean, again, I think it's not an error. I think it's by design. And with that, I'll just go ahead and make a motion to approve the planned commercial zone because it is compatible with the surrounding area.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve planned commercial because it is compatible with the environmental constraint or in the environment on the site. Seconded by Commissioner Browning. Commissioner Adams.
Can you clarify what happens with the hillside protection? I mean, this is seeming like it's going to pass. So what happens with hillside once this is PC?
Ms. Hillman, would you like to comment on that?
Sure, so that remains like a land use area. It wouldn't go away. It would not be enforced through the zoning code, but it would remain a consideration during future development review.
So it wouldn't be enforced. It would just be a consideration. So if this comes back to us as here's our plan for how this PC is used, there's really no they don't have to adhere to the hillside percentages of disturbance. Am I tracking?
Correct. Just as it was a consideration during the rezoning and it's incorporated into the report, it would be a consideration if there was a future planning commission case.
Okay.
Commissioner Midas.
So the reason for the rezoning is that it is compatible with environmental constraints? Is that what?
I kind of changed that up a little bit to compatible with the area. It's an extension of the neighboring zoning. So I'm saying it's compatible with the area, not necessarily with the environment.
Compatible with the area, okay.
Okay, I can't
Did I
vote
miss that?
for that. I mean, I look at this hillside protection on this and I just in good conscience, I can't do that. And while I think maybe in theory, it sounds great that they're gonna come back with a plan for this, whenever that happens, we always oh, well, they've already put the work into the plan. We can't make a change now. So my voting is no on this.
Vice Chair Huber.
Can you go back to the topography one on there? And this was part of my reasoning behind it. If you look at the topography, all to the left of the project right there, is very similar topography. And it's already there, it's already zoned, it's planned commercial. I think it's compatible. It's the same thing, and we'll review it all at the same time. When it comes back through, we'll review everything together. So that's where I base part of my motion.
Vice Chair Huber, would you just restate that motion so that I'm clear?
I would make a motion to approve the planned commercial zone because it is compatible with the neighboring parcel and is an extension of planned commercial. And is in the comprehensive plan.
Okay, got it. And that's what you previously stated, is that right? In
Pretty
your
close.
initial? Okay, but that's, okay, who seconded? Who was the second? Oh, Commissioner Browning, are you okay with that? You second that motion? Okay. So everybody clear on that?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
This is about the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan says what there? Sorry.
Corridor commercial is the place type.
Okay, seeing no other lights, we have a motion and a second to approve Plan Commercial because it is compatible with the neighboring parcel and extension of PC. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? One no. All right, motion passes. On to agenda item 41, applicant Taylor Forrester, location west side of Ebenezer Road, south of High Bridge Drive, 6.53 acres, present zoning agriculture, zoning requested plan residential, existing land use office, single-family residential, and rural residential. Density proposed up to 10 acres, or up to 10 dwelling units per acre. 10 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation is to approve plan residential zone with up to 10 dwelling units per acre because it is compatible with surrounding development and consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan. We have the applicant before us, and do we have opposition? Opposition. We have opposition. Would you like to speak first or defer?
I'd like to speak.
Okay.
Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Here on behalf of the property owner, this rezoning consists of, say, 2.5 tracks. So it's 3 tracks total. The section it's carved out, that's the Bluegrass Animal Clinic and Hospital. That will remain. So we've carved that section out. The other remaining portion of that track, and then those 2 tracks is what the request for the rezoning. Plan residential at 10 units an acre. The proposed development here is for a townhouse style development. I know there's some concern about multifamily. It will not be multifamily. The property owners are committed to townhouses. This area is ripe for development of density, plan residential, density of 10 units an acre. The existing infrastructure that's in place, you have 5 lanes right here on Ebenezer with one of the 5th lane being referred to as the center turn lane. There's existing sidewalks on both sides of Ebenezer in this area. There's in fact a pedestrian crosswalk immediately in front of this property that connects over to, if you're familiar with the area, there's a newer commercial development, the Brex Hill Commercial Development Shopping Center. There's 4 retail commercial type uses there, 2 restaurants I know that are in there. Area includes several amenities. There's, like I said, the commercial development across the street. There's commercial along this stretch of Ebenezer in close proximity. You also have Bluegrass Elementary School, which approximately a block away. There's sidewalks that lead all the way to the school. So it's a great opportunity for families to walk children to and from school, or for older children to walk to and from school. As you recall, through the Advanced Knox process, and the amendments to the growth policy plan, the goal and the theme of that when dealing with density, residential density, is to incorporate and approve density in areas that had the existing and adequate infrastructure to support it. This is a prime case example of that. When you factor in the roadways, the sidewalks, the commercial amenities, the schools, this is kind of a perfect case scenario. Land use designation here is suburban residential. It supports all the way up to 12 units an acre under the PR zone. Satisfies the requirements of the comprehensive land use plan. As noted, staff does recommend support of this, and we hope that you will support a recommendation as well for rezoning of planned residential up to 10 dwelling units per acre. And as you all are aware, any kind of development before it can move forward would have to come back through for development plan approval before this body. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, looks like 7 folks signed up to speak. And let's try to be considerate so that the last part of the group can have somewhat equal time. Let's give, if it's okay with my colleagues here, let's give, if we have, what did we say, 7 to speak? I know this is an important topic for your community. We do have rules, and I think we're willing to expand those to, let's do 2 minutes per person. And then, Mr. Forrester, if you need additional time, we'll give you equal additional time. Are my colleagues acceptable for that? Okay. All right. So with that said, first person is Julie Poole. Julie Poole not here? Okay. Adair Edwards?
Hi, my name is Adair Edwards. I'm at 9205 Water Hill Drive, 37922. For sake of brevity, I wanted to just address 2 main issues. There's the issue of appropriate signage not being on the property for the 12 days leading up to this meeting as required. I know a sign was placed on the property on April 24th, but it was removed before anyone that I've talked to ever saw it. The sign was replaced on May 6th after I called the Planning Commission office and requested that a new one be put up, but 2 days before this meeting is not sufficient notice for the community. And then there's still the issue of 65 units being built in an area that does not have appropriate infrastructure, despite what the comprehensive plan says. The proposal neglected to mention the 47-unit Bluegrass Landing complex being built further down the road in Ebenezer, which will also feed into Bluegrass Elementary. The number of cars and students potentially created by these 2 developments would be too high to be supported suitably. Overcrowded schools and roads need to be addressed and corrected before more development occurs in West Knoxville. I urge you to vote no to this rezoning. And then also, I'm not sure who it was who spoke over here, because I can't see from that side, but one of you mentioned that more houses would lower home rates and that people were leaving the community because they couldn't afford the homes. I just think historically that is not true. I could see maybe not having enough homes being an issue, but cost will never go down on homes. They will only increase. And I know from speaking to the owner of this parcel, she said they're planning on selling the townhomes for $500,000 to $800,000 a piece. That's not affordable housing. So that's not, it shouldn't be a consideration as you vote for this development. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see here. We have Mallory Matula.
Hi there. My name is Mallory Matula. I live at 1131 Buxton Drive. I'm here to ask you to postpone your decision on the rezoning due to the lack of community awareness and transparency required by law, as stated from the last speaker. Between Monday and today, the community has scrambled to gather information. We have added since Monday an extra 87 comments on the knoxplanning.org. We are also able to put together a petition that is close to 1,000 signatures, along with comments added on change.org. That link was emailed to Commissioner Shane Jackson Tuesday night. Please consider our elementary school being overcrowded and the teachers being overworked. Bluegrass Landing was just built with 47 units with 3 to 4 bedrooms per unit and began leasing this month. Please also consider the most recent traffic studies that have been done recently made due to the new Bexhill Shopping Center. Most intersections and turn lanes in the area are graded C, D, or F. Turn lane from Bexhill, which is my personal road, is a D. Left out of that's a left turn out of Bexhill is a D. Left turn out of Gatwick is a C. Can't forget to mention that Ebenezer and North Shore intersection was given a grade in E or F depending on the time. I believe we're all here to support the community, but 65 units per 6.5 acres would not be appropriate for the area, nor the infrastructure to handle it. Please postpone or amend to a lesser density unit per acre. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Repka?
Hello, I'm Laura Repka. I live at 1756 Redgrave Road over in Whittington Creek. Also have students at Bluegrass Elementary, and we've been in that school. We're there every day. It's already full. We don't have space, barely enough to possibly include the 47 units that are going to be coming from that Bluegrass Landing property, which was not mentioned in the proposal that you all received. They're trying to make accommodations already to do that. If you want your children learning in a trailer, that's where we're at. That's the next step. That's not an option. It's not acceptable, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be something that we're willing to accept. If you allow them to build something that has properties that are going to be a large amount of people, that is what's going to happen. It's not an if. That there's only a finite amount of space. If you want to cram people into that, what they're coming here for will not exist anymore. It won't be there. So it's a disservice to those moving in as well as to those of us who are already here. There's only so much room. Bluegrass Elementary is a beautiful school, and it will be overrun and ruined.
Thank you. Jen Holtz.
Good evening. My name is Jen Holtz, 9119 Hemingway Grove Circle. I am the PTO president of Bluegrass Elementary. I have served the last 2 years as president and been on the executive board a year prior to that. Over the last 2 years, I've had a front row seat to the overwhelming strain our school is under, not just through numbers, but through the very real voices of our teachers, staff, and families. Our enrollment has surged from 575 students in the year 2022 to 23 to over 630 this school year, and we're already projected to be at 650 to 675 or more for this coming school year. We are losing spaces that should be used for instruction, support, and enrichment. A staff lounge is gone. Both portable units that are currently on the facility property, they're now being prepared and reassigned as permanent instructional areas and classrooms. These are, unfortunately, necessary just to meet next year's demand. The cafeteria has already exceeded its safe capacity. The health department was there yesterday. It's allowed to have 130 students. We are bringing in additional classroom tables and chairs to make accommodations. Next year, teachers that are already stretched thin may be forced to give up their own lunches to have the students eat their lunches in their classrooms. We all know this, but studies show that overcrowded classrooms hinder effective learning and diminish student outcomes. Our staff is exhausted, overwhelmed, and genuinely fearful for how they're going to make this work. There's no more wiggle room. There's no more creative solutions. We are out of space. And the pressure is only mounting. Families from Bluegrass Landing, a new 47-unit development that's just right down the road, that's under construction, they are already calling to enroll. I spoke with the secretary this morning. We have 3 new families with multiple students that are enrolling for next year, and that only we anticipate that's going to continue through the summer. To even consider rezoning another 6.5 acres to planned residential up to 10 units per acre, allowing potentially 65 more units, is egregious in the face of everything that we're already battling. The infrastructure simply cannot absorb this. It's not just inside the school. I receive weekly messages from concerned parents about traffic on Ebenezer. I've spoken to families who fear for their children's safety walking or biking to school. We've had many serious, even fatal car accidents right down the road from the school. The traffic studies, as was mentioned, at these intersections near the school are graded D and F. And we don't need a study to know what we are actually already living through every single day, but we have that data too. This is not about being against growth. This is about being responsible, thoughtful, and allowing for sustainable planning. Without a real actionable plan for how to support our public schools and ensure traffic safety, approving this rezoning request would be a disservice, not just our school, but to our whole community. Please postpone this vote, at the very least to allow community further engagement, or amend to a much lesser density per unit per acre. Let's work together towards solution, but if you must vote, please vote no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see here. Alexis Tolson. Is Alexis Tolson here? Laura Stout?
Laura Stout, 1516 Barley Circle. My property line runs alongside number 1445 along the back of my property. While I would love for this property to stay agricultural, I know that's not practical. And with the rapid growth and development in Knox County, with the rapid growth, what I'm here today is to argue against the density that the applicant is requesting. 10 dwelling units an acre is double the density of any property with 3 to 5 dwelling units being the normal. 5 dwelling units an acre for this property would be consistent with nearby properties, including the entire zone of Bluegrass Elementary. Of the other neighborhoods mentioned in the staff report, Bluegrass Bend is less than 5 dwelling units an acre. Heritage Park is less than 3.4 units an acre. Bluegrass Ridge is less than 4 units an acre. The 6 homes recently built along Ebenezer were already zoned and continued with their RA zoning. Even the multi-dwelling homes at Ebenezer and Westland on Wesley Place are 3 units an acre. This applicant has not initiated any contact with any of her neighbors. However, one of my neighbors did speak to Mary Rice, and she told him that the plan was to develop single-family homes. If that is true, there's not even a need for 10 units an acre, since planning staff had told me that this density does not allow the requirements for single-family homes. Traffic is another valid concern for such a dense development. Even though Ebenezer has 5 lanes with sidewalks, it continues to be a hazardous road with many traffic accidents each year, several of which have been fatal. Just this past fall, there was a high-speed accident where a car ran through the fence of the animal hospital and crashed into one of their trees. This property will have to also apply for a variance since the section of Ebenezer has so many curb cuts for streets and driveways that branching off of it that you cannot enter Ebenezer without crossing traffic from another street. The pedestrian crossing has actually made it worse since now it occupies the turn lane in front of the retail shops and the animal hospital, causing traffic to turn left from the driving lanes instead. Our final concern is the scale of the development if it is not single-family homes. All of the neighborhoods in our community are 1 to 2 story family homes. Even the retail shops are proportionate to the street and surrounding homes. We worry that multifamily homes, particularly apartments, if that were to become an option, would destroy the intimate community feel of our area. Personally, my yard is on a slope, but a multi-story development would put it even higher than my 2nd floor and make it stand out in the area. We as neighbors are also concerned that the public notice period, as mentioned, was not followed. The Planning Commission sign appeared on April 25th, but disappeared on or before May 1st and did not reappear until planning staff was made aware that it had been removed. It was replaced on May 6th, violating the number of days that the public was to be made aware of this application. I've timestamped
Ms.
photos.
Tolson, if you could wrap up, please.
Thank you. I have timestamped photos to prove that it was not on the property. As business owners and residents of our community, we would hope that Ms. Rice and Dr. Moser would be willing to work with their neighborhoods, their neighbors, to plan for development that works best for all of us, especially since many of us in the community oppose this change are also the ones that patronize their animal hospital. I know that property will inevitably be rezoned to residential, but we ask that the Planning Commission limit it to 5 dwelling units an acre to retain the design and feel that the residents of our community want. And also, as the previous commissioners have stated in previous cases today, the main reason for this, I know there are several steps left before the actual development would get approved. However, once they are allowed up to 10 acres, they can always go for that. If anyone else were to come along, they can put up to 10 acres. So by reducing the density, that caps it off and limits the and helps keep the neighborhood as we would like.
Thank you. Mr. Forster, you, okay. All right. I think one point of clarification related to public notice is signage is, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Brooks, but signage is a policy, it's not a requirement. Is that correct? So the fact managing signs can be somewhat tricky. We see landscapers move them. I think in this case, didn't the owner come back and get
Yes, that is
signs
correct.
that were removed?
Yes, it's not a legal requirement. The only legal requirement is the posting in the newspaper.
Okay. All right, let's take it to commission. Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to address and clarify a couple of things. First of all, the people our age leaving Knoxville, those are statistics that are done by the Knoxville Chamber of Commerce, so that is a fact. As far as market rate housing, it's kind of a wonky principle, but studies have shown, this is also a fact, that when you build expensive townhouses, these will be expensive, that's undeniable. We always say, oh, there's all these people coming from California. Well, guess how much people in California get paid? So when they come here, they buy that brand-new townhouse for $500,000 in cash. Well, that means that they're not buying the old 70s rancher for $500,000. They're buying that townhouse, which means that rancher is going to go at a starter home price or closer to it. So that's that principle. And then the idea, so it's true that, yeah, housing prices are not necessarily going to decrease, but it's just basic supply and demand. And that's true with respect to rent as well. And we've seen that again in Austin. I think Austin, Texas is one of the best examples of how supply and demand is actually decreasing rent. So those are all facts. Anecdotally, I will say that I know schools are overrun. I have sympathy for that. I understand not wanting to go to school in a trailer. I went to Farragut. I took classes in a trailer. I still passed the bar exam, so I think we'll be all right. All that being said, I think this is a great, proposal for this area. It's on a big 5-lane road and a huge residential, commercial, and it's Cedar Bluff. So I think to say that 10 units an acre aren't appropriate in Cedar Bluff basically is not true. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this with planned residential up to 10 units an acre per staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overton to approve planned residential up to 10 dwelling units per acre per staff recommendation, and that was seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Adams.
I have a question about the density and the selection of that. I understand the suburban residential category, and it seems like inside of that, when you go to page in our booklet, well, it doesn't appear to have a page number, but there's a grid that shows the different densities for that classification. And can you explain the selection of 10? And the reason I'm asking is because of all of the densities and the developments that are surrounding it are lower. So when I hear the community saying 5 or less, and then I look at this, it does seem like 10 is higher. So can you articulate more
I
there?
would say the request for 10 came from the applicant.
Okay, but it was staff.
We evaluated it at 10
Yeah.
dwelling units per acre, correct?
Then can you speak to how that was a thumbs up because of all the densities around it?
You want us to review the staff analysis? Yes. Mr. Rock can do that.
So our rationale included the proposal being consistent with the suburban residential place type that allows up to 12 dwelling unit per acre. Even if it is a 5-lane arterial street with sidewalks, there is a crosswalk connection with warning lights that connects the subject property to the commercial development across the street. The rezoning is supported by nearby amenities, including Bluegrass Elementary School and the commercial establishment, which in staff's opinion is consistent with the comprehensive plan implementation policy 5 that encourages neighborhoods with a variety of housing forms and that are in close proximity to amenities. The rezoning is consistent with the changing conditions in the area that includes construction of the commercial establishment and Bluegrass Landing multifamily development 2,000 feet south of the subject property that were mentioned earlier.
I'm still struggling with that number. I hear all the arguments and understand there's a motion on the floor, but I also wanted to explain why I see that area as it is ripe for development, as we've said, like it's not going to stay the way it is, but 10 does seem like it is a lot more than everything else around it. So I would be supportive of a lower.
I think there were, and I think Samuel may have explained some of it, but there were some other developments around it that they referred to in the.
That's what I was looking for on the map, and I can't see them.
Let's see, it was I just read it in the report.
Show them to me.
Help me.
Because I'm.
I think while they're looking
Bluegrass
to,
Landing
just
is
to,
not
just,
residential. There is no
We're in
residential.
commission right now, so.
Let's see, under paragraph 2, under the proposed amendment shall be necessary, let's see, the proposed rezoning, right here, residential growth, such as a 22-unit Bluegrass Bend subdivision north on the property, constructed in 2015, 2019. 6 new homes on the east side of Ebenezer, constructed 2018 to 2022, and the 56-lot Heritage at Bluegrass and 36-lot Bluegrass Ridge subdivisions west of the elementary school, constructed in 2022 to 2024.
So I read that, but I've been trying to find them in proximity to the parcel in question, and that's what I'm struggling with. And thank you. I still haven't seen them on the map.
I think it would be more clear if we look at historical aerial images that would show construction of some new subdivisions that I mentioned. And on the zoning map, there is one to the north, there is 2 to the west of the school. And then there are 6 houses that were built recently across Ebenezer Road, something that is not mentioned in the staff report, but the residents have mentioned that there is a new apartment building south of Bluegrass Road on a property zoned OB, so this did not came before the Planning Commission, but it is a 47-unit multifamily development.
That last item was the most helpful. Thank you.
And just looking at our, and to the public, we just adopted a brand new land use classification, comprehensive plan. And that was opportunity for the community to buy in to how you wanted, our communities to look. And I'm sure some of you were engaged in that. And I say that because that's what we go by. We go by the comprehensive plan, the comprehensive land use plan. We don't just sit up here and willy-nilly make a decision. And we rely on the community to give feedback, and then that gets integrated into the comprehensive land use plan. And the fact that this thing is brand new, whether you agree or disagree, it checks all the boxes for this type of land use. Anyway, we've got more people to speak. Commissioner Browning.
Thank you. Commissioner Forrester, Counselor Forrester. Seems like you have a lot of unhappy people, with not only you, but your clients, and I guess that's a habit of yours. But
feels like at home sometimes too.
Yeah. But, these townhomes being between $500,000 and $800,000 sales price, I don't really see that as a starter home, for a young family. Has there been, it seems like the biggest objection here is the school. There's lots of worried mothers here about the school and their children. Has there been any kind of impact study on what the effects on Bluegrass, and then on top of that, have there been any meetings, organized meetings where some of these concerns can be addressed?
So I've received several phone calls, emails, and responded to as many of those as I can, and my clients have as well. And as we explained what the plan was for this property, but then it explained in between Planning Commission and County Commission, we'll be hosting the community meeting to further discuss and address as many concerns as we can. Obviously, a lot of the concerns, they will likely remain. It's just the nature of property being developed. But as far as impact on schools, that's kind of that's within the school board's purview on how they allocate funding for expanding the schools and building new schools. As far as the impacts there, I'm not sure what to really do about that. I mean, that's the same argument and position we hear on every single case, is that the schools are overcrowded, every single school. I mean, my kids are at Sequoia. One is in fourth grade, and every one of his classes is in a portable building. I was in portable buildings in third grade, and it's unfortunate, but it's the resources are limited on how they can be allocated.
Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of voice out, I was struggling similar to Commissioner Adams with the proposed density here. I certainly appreciate that it's across from CN. There's the crosswalk. It is near a school. It is a good place for added density. I think just the number 10, it does stick out to me on the map. I feel like if it was a 6, it would be a no-brainer to me, it's an incremental growth, but kind of doubling the nearest visible density, from a view like this is, I struggle with a little bit, candidly. So I just wanted to, put that comment out there.
Okay. Commissioner Overton.
Real quick comment. With all due respect to Commissioner Browning, I would encourage everybody in this room, when we go home tonight, to log on to Realtor.com and put in this zip code. Put in 37919, put in 37934, 37922. 500,000 is 100% a starter home in those areas right now. And so that's just the unfortunate reality that we're in, and that's why I'm so vocal about these issues.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, I think a few people have mentioned the number here in comparison to what it looks like around it. And I think that when you look at it from map view, it does feel like, oh, that's, all of these are single family and sprawled out. But when you look at the street view and see just the size of the infrastructure that's here, and neighborhood commercial across the street, this would be more appropriate for apartments, I think, than townhouses, just because of how much infrastructure is here. So I think that, if townhouses are the approach that they're taking, that's probably a good middle ground for what really could be appropriate here. And, I think that the new land use plan does give us guidance for density where the infrastructure is in place. And this is just one of those situations where, and rare, because we see a lot of cases where the infrastructure isn't quite there. But in this one, I think that the infrastructure is really there for this number. So I'm fully in support.
Vice Chair Huber.
So I guess I see 3 different things: traffic, school, and density. Is kind of what it seems to be the main questions on it. Traffic, Ebenezer is a 5-lane road with sidewalks on both sides. I totally get, because I used to live in the area too, right down Bluegrass Road. Still live in the general area of Ebenezer. It does get bad down there, but from an infrastructure standpoint, a 5-lane road with sidewalks is pretty nice. I think it's probably an arterial street. Per our growth policy plan and the comprehensive plan, I think it encourages more density in those types of locations. Plus, from the density perspective, as Commissioner Midas had mentioned earlier, a mix of types of housing is good. I think it's healthy. It's good, everything. And that's been part of the problem. If you were here earlier in the meeting, I was talking about Knox County and Knoxville, to some extent, has experienced a lot of sprawl where it's just single family. It's all that, and it's eaten up all the land everywhere. It's gone. That's what happened to Hardin Valley. Went all the way out through Hardin Valley. And so now we have everybody moving here, and there's nowhere to put them. So we have very few pieces left, like this one. Not to mention, this one is almost flat. It doesn't have any hillside protection on it. lays very well. And I think the comprehensive plan and the growth policy plan also encourage more density on the flatter pieces of ground versus the steeper things. As for the schools, I think we just approved we didn't, but county commission and everybody just approved the new school board. And I think, don't quote me on it, but $700 million budget per year just went to the Knox County schools. Totally agree with everybody about the kids and not wanting to be in trailers, but that's really an issue to discuss with your local representative on the school board. I guess, the only thing that's constant in all of our lives is change. I mean, we've all heard that. The only thing that's constant is change. I think it's a good fit, per the plans that, as Commissioner Hill was saying, we're tasked with understanding the plan, making the plan work, that type of thing. And if we're following the plan, I would almost say, if we can't do it here and put 10 units an acre here, where could we do it? I mean, per what we have been directed with. So with that and all of the information with it, I'm certainly in support of it.
Well, it's been a while and I forgot, I'm assuming we have a motion in a second. And who made that motion? Okay, so Commissioner Overton made the motion per staff recommendation to approve, and it was seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Is that correct? Okay, let's vote. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. All right, on to agenda item 45, subdivision Strawberry Hills Phase 3A, applicant developer Urban Engineering, location west of Breakville Road at the southeast terminus of Sun Blossom Lane. Approximate acreage, 22.142 acres. Zoning, plan residential up to 9 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Proposed use, revision to the road layout. Number of lots, 114. Let's see here. So this is going to require, let's see, 6, 5, I think I've got 6. 6 motions. I'll read them so you won't have to. First motion is variance 1. Approve the variance to reduce the minimum vertical curve K-value on Road D from 25 to 20 at STA 12 plus 00.45 based on the following evidence of hardship. A, the reduced K-value allows the road to closely match the existing topography. B, the proposed road alignment allows for less disturbance in the hillside protection area to the south. C, approval of variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the request meets the AASHTO design standards. Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works recommends approval of this variance based on the justification provided by the applicant. Motion 2, variance 2, approve variance to reduce the minimum vertical curve K-value at a 4-way intersection on Road D from 25 to 15 to STA 8 plus 77.18 based on the following evidence of hardship. A, reduced K-value allows for less grading onto the hillside on the opposite side of the intersection. B, vertical curve is a stop condition at an intersection. C, approval of variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the request meets AASHTO design standards. Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works recommends approval of this variance based on the justification provided by the applicant. Motion 3, variance 3, approve variance to reduce minimum vertical curve K-value at a 4-way intersection on Road C from 25 to 20 at STA 28 plus 79.55 based on the following evidence of hardship. A, reduced K-value allows the road to closely match the existing topography. B, vertical curve is at a stop condition at an intersection. C, approval of variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because request meets AASHTO's design standards. Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works recommends approval of this variance based on justification provided by the applicant. Motion 4, alternative design. Approve the alternative design standards based on justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. 5, concept plan. Approve the concept plan subject to the 7 noted conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Oh, no. Bear with me. Motion 6, thank you. Approve the development plan for up to 114 detached residential lots in Phase 3A subject to the 1 noted condition. All right. Applicant present.
Yes.
Do we have opposition? You may proceed with your comments.
Brad Sharp, the address is 10330 Hardin Valley Road, and I don't have anything to add.
All right. Commission. You don't have to read them. You just have to make the motion
Okay.
or a second, if you so choose.
I will make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the minimum vertical curve K value, as well as items A, B, and C.
All right, that's good enough for me. Do we have a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second on variance 1 by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Motion 2, variance 2.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the minimum vertical curve K value at a four-way intersection on Road D, as well as item A, B, and C.
We have a motion to approve motion 2, variance 2 by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the minimum vertical curve K value at a four-way intersection on Road C, including A, B, and C items.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve motion 3, variance 3. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and the recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve motion 4, alternative design per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan, subject to 7 conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve the concept plan subject to the 7 noted conditions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, I'd like to approve the development plan for up to 114 detached residential lots in Phase 3A, subject to 1 condition.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Anderson on motion 6 of the development plan to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item 46, subdivision 8005 Millertown Pike, applicant developer 1222 development. Okay. Location northwest side of Millertown Pike, northeast of Ellistown Road, approximate acreage 22.68 acres, zoning plan residential with conditions up to 12 dwelling units per acre and agricultural. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision, number of lots 44. Okay, this is going to require 3 motions. A variance, a concept plan, and development plan. Motion 1, approve the variance to reduce the intersection spacing between the side entrance on Ellistown Road from 400 feet to 330 feet. A, due to the existing stormwater pipe and ditch on the property at Millertown Pike, the intersection of Road A at Millertown Pike needs to be located at the proposed spacing of 330 feet east of Ellistown Road. B, these conditions are a result of existing topography and infrastructure, are not applicable to other property and were not created by any person having an interest in the property. C, the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare because the placement of the proposed road has adequate sight distance and Ellistown Road is at a stop condition. Knox County EPW recommends approval of this variance based on justifications provided by the applicant. Motion 2, approve the concept plan subject to the 8 noted conditions. Motion 3, approve the development plan for up to 43 single-family homes on individual lots, subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Stephen Clare, 300 Letterman Road.
Do we have any
Knoxville.
opposition? All right.
Oh, I don't really have anything to say other than I respectfully ask that you follow staff's recommendation and approval. And just quickly, there was one comment online. I plan to reach out to Mr. Jenkins, he lives next door, voiced some concern. I'm going to meet with them and go over our stormwater plan, make sure we address any specific concerns, what's going on once we start construction. That was all I want to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commission? We have Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this site, actually, and I actually want to commend Mr. Clark there. This one's in, I think it's in rural living, right? So it looks like they're, conserving almost 50% of the property, somewhere in that range, all the way up the hill, and they've consolidated their density down in the front, which is exactly what we asked them to do. So greatly appreciate that. Really appreciate you reaching out to the neighbor. I saw the comment on about the stormwater, but I have confidence that Knox County Engineering will make sure that neighbor is unaffected. So with that, I will make a motion to approve the variance as read by Chairman Hill.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Boyer to approve motion 1 related to the variance. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 43 single-family homes.
Wait a minute, let's go to the concept plan.
Sorry. I went down, sorry. Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 8 conditions.
Motion by Vice Chair Huber to approve the concept plan per staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 43 single-family homes, 43 or 44?
43.
43 single-family homes on individual lots, subject to 2 conditions.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve motion 3 on the development plan per staff recommendation by Vice Chair Huber, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
On to item 47. This one will require 6 motions. Subdivision Maloney Estates, applicant developer Trent Harrell, location southwest side of Maloney Road, northwest of Rains Lane, approximate acres 24.2 acres, zoning's planned residential up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, water, agriculture, forestry, vacant land, rural residential. Proposed use, detached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 15. Motion 1, variance 1, approve the variance to reduce K value from 25 to 11.5 at PVI STA 3 plus 16.44 on the private right-of-way Road A based on the following evidence of hardship. A, due to the property's proximity to the water and the FEMA floodway covering a large portion of the property and the existing houses, a reduction of the vertical curve length is needed to keep site grading balanced. B, conditions are due to the floodway are not applicable to other property and not created by any person having an interest in the property. C, this is a road with low traffic volumes and the variation is not great enough to cause detriment to public safety, health, or welfare, nor would it be injurious to other properties in the neighborhood. Knox County EPW recommend approval of this variance based on justifications provided by the applicant. Motion 2, variance 2, approve the variance to reduce K value from 25 to 10 at Maloney Road and the private right-of-way, Road A, based on the following evidence. Hardship, A, due to the existing steeper topography along Road A coming from the intersection of Maloney Road, a reduction of the vertical curve length is needed to keep site grading balanced. B, these conditions are due to the topography as Road A has been strategically located to optimize the site distance. C, this is a road with low traffic volumes and the variation is not great enough to cause detriment to public safety, health, or welfare, nor would it be injurious to other properties in the neighborhood. Knox County EPW recommends approval of this variance based on the justifications provided by the applicant. Motion 3, variance 3, approve the variance to have an access easement connect to a private right-of-way based on the following evidence. Hardship. A, access easement serves existing homes on the property. B, these conditions are due to the existing homes and the proximity to the floodway, are not applicable to other property and not created by any person having an interest in the property. C, granting the variance would not be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare or public, nor would it be injurious to other properties in the neighborhood due to topographical challenges, an access easement must be created for lots 10, 11, 12, 13. Motion 4, approve the alternative design standards based on the justification provided by the applicant and the recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Motion 5, approve the concept plan subject to the 8 noted conditions. Motion 6, approve the development plan for up to 15 single-family homes on individual lots and a reduction to the peripheral boundary as shown on the site plan subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? Do we have any opposition?
Yes, I'm the applicant, Trent Harrell.
All right. State your address, please.
2704 Cherokee Farm Way, Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right. Commission? Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve variance 1.
We have a motion to approve variance 1 per staff recommendation related to variance 1 by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve variance 2.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Overton to approve variance 2 per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll make a motion to approve variance 3.
We have a motion to approve variance 3 per staff recommendation by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Overton. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll make a motion to approve the alternative design standards based on the justifications provided by the applicant and the recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Overton to approve alternative design standards per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the 8 stated conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Overton to approve motion 5, the concept plan per staff recommendation with the 8 conditions. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'll make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 15 single-family homes on individual lots and a reduction to the peripheral boundary as shown on the site plan subject to the 2 stated conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Overton to approve the development plan for up to 15 single-family homes on individual lots and a reduction to the peripheral boundary as shown on the site plan subject to the 2 noted conditions. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 49, applicant Brad Pruitt, location north side of Asheville Highway across from its intersection with East Governor John Sevier Highway, north side of the River Turn Road and Riverview Crossing Drive intersection. 126.83 acres. Zoning, planned commercial and general business, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land, proposed use, master plan. Staff recommendation, approve master plan to establish the general site plan, permitted uses, and intensity uses as presented, subject to the 4 noted conditions. The applicant present.
Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street, here for the applicant.
Do we have any opposition? Any opposition? Would you like to proceed?
Briefly, this is the phase 1 that we're talking about. That's just east of the property that just got rezoned there. Phase 2, future, we'll be working on that and bringing that to you guys in the future. 126.8 parcels, acre parcel off of Asheville Highway. My clients are here, Mr. Brad Pruitt and Bob Dukes is the owner. He's moving down here from Buffalo, New York, and is going to be developing this and hopefully come for you guys in the future. The staff's recommending approval with 2 conditions. I just want to get some clarification on the conditions. Condition number 2 says submitting a development plan application for the proposed developments in the PC planned commercial zone before land disturbance or building permits are issued. Then condition 3 says a rough grading permit may be issued based upon this master plan approval. I don't really know what the difference is, and I think I've talked between a rough grading permit and a land disturbance permit. We want to be able to make sure that we can go ahead and start doing some of the grading there, especially for the ball fields after this master plan has been approved. So we'd like just to take out the land disturbance from condition 2 and just go ahead and allow us to go ahead and start doing our grading based upon this approval. We're going to be doing a lot of balancing on the site, cutting field, making sure we're leveling out some of the areas. You can see most of it's already been disturbed in the past already anyway. And the second issue is, there's approximate conservation easement area. You can see it in the yellow. And staff is recommending that it remain undisturbed including the tree line that follows the bend of the river for approximately 100 feet from the riverbank, unless a subsequent development plan application is approved by the Planning Commission that allows this disturbance. Disturbances, I don't think is really defined. We do want to be able to get in there and clear out. There's some shrub brush and there's some other things we want to be able to clear out while we're doing this. We want to be able to put up some safety fencing. We are working right now with trying to identify a partner, whether that's Legacy Parks, UT, somebody else, to make that a public space, and there'll be some walking trails and make it essentially a park. That's something that I think would be a good amenity to the public and also very complimentary to the ball fields. And so we do want to be not even doing grading necessarily, but do clear out some of the brush and really to be able to evaluate what we can and can't do there. And so we don't want that non-disturbance to limit us from being able to get in there and do some of that clearing. So, this is, we're excited about it. I hope you all read the staff report. I know it's after 6 o'clock and everybody's been here a while. I don't want to belabor any points. We're here, happy to answer any questions about what we intend to do, both in this phase one and also, maybe even future plans that may come forward before this board. But if we can maybe tweak those two conditions slightly, we'd appreciate it and ask that you approve this otherwise per staff's recommendation.
So I get the item 2 that you're asking to
Just take the land disturbance out, because the difference between a land disturbance and a rough grading permit, we want to be able to get in there and start doing our grading for the ball fields in particular now, and want to make sure that, we're not confusing one or the other or stepping on our foot in the process.
I might ask Steve if you know there's a difference between the two.
There isn't. We would issue the same land disturbance permit for the rough grading as the final grading, so I don't have an issue with removing that language.
Is it possible to,
He's saying he would leave the word building permit
Where-
remain.
on which one, this one or?
Number 2.
So maybe
As I understand, he's proposing just remove the words just for land disturbance. Before building permits are issued. So strike land disturbance.
Okay,
that's
we're going to strike land disturbance on item 2, right?
That's what he's.
That's the proposal,
That's the
strike.
proposal.
can
Yeah.
I make a question, comment / suggestion to that?
Yeah.
Because Counselor Mullins was talking about the ball fields being the real issue that they wanted to get started on. Is it possible to isolate that permit so that they are free to go ahead and do that, which is an area that's already been disturbed, but then the remaining grading portion would be left for when the actual permit is provided? Does that make sense?
I don't know. I guess let's first just ask Mr. Elliott, do you have any concerns with any of these requests?
No, I think the zoning ordinance says we can't issue building permits prior to development plan approval. So I don't have an issue with issuing a permit for grading prior to coming back with a master development plan.
Yeah, I will say that when we spoke with the applicant, their main interest was grading the areas to the west of the entrance, the main entrance of this property, and then straight back towards the northern part of the property versus the eastern side. I guess that'd be my main concern, would be getting into the virgin, hillside area.
Yeah.
Behind the area that was just up for rezoning, zone PC. So I guess if they stayed out of that area, that'd be my main concern, just staying, because
This was
as part
my
of the planned
concern as well.
commercial zone, as part of the development plan review, hillside areas are things that we will want to look at. The areas on the western and northern sides have been fairly well disturbed over time. The area behind the recent rezoning request, what we heard earlier today, is still fairly well undisturbed. So I would probably keep that area.
So is it possible to write it to accomplish what Mr. Reynolds was saying?
Mr. Reynolds, do you have maybe a proposal of language that we would add?
Yeah, I guess Commissioner Biggs just kind of mentioned, like maybe the RV area that's shown on the plan, which is in red, and the out parcels. That might actually get into some of their area, though. I guess if you turn on the hillside ridgetop protection plan layer, you can see them pretty easily which areas have been disturbed. Well, turn on like the slope map. There you go. So the part that's north of Riverview Crossing Drive, as you come back straight toward the back of the property, that hillside area is pretty well disturbed over time, as well as to the left of River Turn Road. That area has been pretty well disturbed over time. Then on the east side, you can see that part, the first part on the east had been disturbed. You can kind of see how just to the south of that, in the steeper part, yeah, that part there had been disturbed over time. It's probably used as a borrow pit at some point. But just to the east of that, it's all pretty well virgin hillside area. And I would prefer to keep that undisturbed for the time being until the Planning Commission has an opportunity to review the plan.
And I would second that with Mike. I would agree that side of the property, we shouldn't disturb it currently, but I think the other side that's been disturbed would be fine.
Councilor Mullins, do you have any comment?
No, I think we're fine with that.
So assuming that can get written the way it needs to be written, the other comment is about when we first saw this come through, and I apologize, I can't remember who was talking about it, but it wasn't just one person. It was the yellow border area that we were concerned about maintaining that, and we were told that that would be maintained. There was no desire to interrogate that buffer at all. And so now the request is that be allowed to some degree. There's still, you're still seeking some kind of partner in that.
We want to make that basically a park, and
Right.
you see a park, you see, you don't have the underbrush to the park. I mean, there's disturbance to that, but you have mature trees, you have, manicured walkways. There on the bluff are some nice views, but there's going to have to be some safety fencing to keep people from potentially wandering off. So there's going to be, it's going to be a natural area like a park would be, but it's not just going to remain like virgin forest or whatever state it is in now, so we want to make sure we can get in there and plan that.
Wouldn't you be planning that with the partner, though, that you?
We would, but
So couldn't you wait until you've got that partnership established and it comes back through with the development plan?
We want to be able to clear it so we can get in there too. There's quite a bit of underbrush. And so again, we're not doing any grading in that area, but we do want to be able to put up some safety fencing even during the construction. And we do want to be able to get in there and try to identify where the walking trails may be. So, and we don't know when that's going to happen. If we want to come through with a plan, then we'll want that partner to have that plan to work with us, but we're going to have to access it during that period of time. So we just don't want to make sure we're so restricted. Undisturbed means you can't clear out the brush, you can't go in there and kind of really get into the area and see what you have to work with. And typically undisturbed means not even clearing any of the vegetation, and we don't want to be that restricted.
Mr. Elliott, is rough grading, like when you use a FECON to clear, does that fall under rough grading?
I would say that would need a permit, because technically you're not removing root balls, you're not taking down trees, you're just grinding up the underbrush and leaving it in place.
Yeah, typically when we say undisturbed, we're not necessarily talking about underbrush things, like little, like cleaning up an area. Just to get rid of the small vegetation typically isn't what we're talking about. We're usually talking about larger vegetation. So, in my opinion, that's the intent isn't to prohibit, taking out the underbrush and putting in.
And that's what we want to see clarification on, because I know under the hillside protection that's codified in the city zoning ordinance, if it's undisturbed, it would be any of the vegetation. So having that word there just made me want to make sure I was being clear on what we can and can't do, and we're all on the same page.
So is there another word that could be there other than any? Do we just say other than underbrush? I mean, can we be that descriptive, Counselor?
Yes, you can be.
Yeah, I mean, I've even added that to conditions before, just to clarify when there was a concern.
So that would be, I'm okay with these conditions as long as that, the removal of those, as long as it's clarified that it's just talking about underbrush and we're protecting the area that hasn't been disturbed.
I'm a little bit not clear on what is our concern right there? Is it
Yeah.
are we talking about the hillside that we're concerned
They're
about?
two separate things.
Yeah.
The first request was to go ahead and allow grading. And it seems like we got,
I'm clear on that portion.
Okay, so there's
but-
that one.
But on this yellow portion.
The yellow
I'm-
portion-
I'm not sure what the concern is.
The concern is that that has been spoken of previously as being preserved as a park and that that would not be disturbed. That's what we heard when we saw this come through previously, and we asked that specific question. And now the applicant is asking for some just opportunity to clear out underbrush and making sure that that disturbance, that wouldn't be breaking the rules. And it sounds like that's normal and that would be fine. It's just not taking out big chunks, as Mike was saying. So if we can craft that phrase to say, other than underbrush, then I would be fine with that.
We're not going to do any grading or any changing the contours. We just really want to be able to make sure that it's safe and that we can access that area to plan with our partner as to what exactly that park's going to look like. And that'll come forward then with a future phase with what we exactly want to do, walking trails, et cetera.
Vice Chair Huber, did you have some language you wanted to propose?
Well, I'm going to give it a shot anyway. It's a bit complicated, but I'm going to verbalize it real quick before I put it into a motion. But on number 2, yeah, I guess it would just be submitting a development plan, applications for the proposed development in the PC plan zone. Period.
Before any building permits are issued.
Before building permits are issued, right. So, but now on number 3, this is the one we're talking about. This is going to be the tough one now. So a rough grading permit may be issued. I'm sorry,
If you edit item 2 the way that you just suggested, I think that would ultimately include the area that we're concerned about.
But
So
then
there needs,
number 3 covers that part, does it not?
no, it doesn't. Number 2, if you say that in the PC commercial, because we just rezoned that area PC commercial, you'd need to call that.
That wouldn't be included. This doesn't include that property yet. We haven't moved forward with it. It's actually excluded from it. It's the kick out. It's right there. So it's not part of this plan yet. So we can't do anything on that property without coming forward anyway.
Is
Yeah,
that true?
I guess what I was concerned about was the undisturbed, the area around
Yeah.
that.
The red area, that's.
Well, the area right around that property that's being rezoned now still has some undisturbed hillside area.
And
that
we're
I'm-
fine with that,
yeah.
with that.
I think maybe Director Brooks wants to intervene.
Okay, let me see if I captured what you all are discussing. So on number 2, submitting a development plan application for the proposed development in the PC plan commercial zoning before land disturbance of any portion previously undisturbed or building permits are issued. Does that capture it? Okay. Is that enforceable, Mr. Elliott? Okay. Okay, so number 3, a rough grading permit may be issued based on the master plan approval. The approximate conservation area must remain undisturbed other than underbrush, and then including the tree line that follows, et cetera. Does that capture
Director
it?
Brooks, could we add to that, a rough grading permit shall be issued predicated on a approved erosion and sediment control plan? Because they'll have to have that from TDEC prior to us.
Permit, yeah.
And I, let me interject. I think you probably meant to say may, not shall. It may be issued, but not shall be issued. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Biggs.
Yes, sorry, does number 3 that you just read, does that include protection of that hillside area in the future RV development area? Is that specified, or do we need to clarify that? So I know you said conservation area in the way it was read, but to me, does that just mean the yellow area, not the red area, or?
Mr. Reynolds,
Well,
can you
I
weigh in
think,
on it?
didn't we mention the or the undisturbed
Yeah.
areas in the PC? Yeah.
Yeah, that was number 2, yeah.
Did you get your question answered? Okay. I'm running on empty. Can who? Can who make the motion? Yeah, you can. You can make the motion. Okay, so your motion is to approve the master plan
Correct.
per staff recommendation with the revisions of item 2 and 3 restating as Director Brooks read, and Director Elliott. How about that? That work?
Yes, exactly.
You got a second?
Second.
Okay. So Commissioner Levinson made that motion that I just read, and Commissioner Anderson seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your all's patience tonight and your service. And whoever runs the map, the screen, they need a raise because they're awesome. They get to things faster than I can. So don't know who that is, but I'm impressed.
Who does run the map?
Okay, we're down to our last item here. Oh,
G5 one came off consent.
go ahead, slip sheet grant. Okay.
One more?
I believe we had this pulled off and the person requesting it has left, so let's just go ahead and read it. Item 55, applicant Oleg Zayats, location north side of Campbell Station Road across from its intersection with Fretz Road west of Campbell Park Lane. Approximate size of tract 10,151 square feet. Zoning, plan residential up to 4.4 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use agricultural, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use duplex. Staff recommendation, approve the development plan for a duplex in the PR zone subject to the four noted conditions. Is the applicant present? Any opposition? Commission?
Move we approve as per staff recommendation.
Oh, I'm sorry, the applicant's on Zoom. Would you like to say anything?
No.
Was that a no? Okay, all right. So it sounds like we're in the midst of a motion here.
I move we approve as per staff recommendation.
Subject to the four conditions, and that was seconded by, all right, Commissioner Perez. Okay, seeing no lights, other than Commissioner Levinson's, who made the motion. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, down to the last item. Go ahead, what? Go ahead. Take it away, Director Brooks. I need a breather.
No, I wasn't taking the item.
Oh, okay. The nominating committee will present a slate of officers to the Knox County Planning Commission for the 25-26 term. Elections will take place at the annual meeting on June 10th, 2025. I would like to thank Tamara Boyer, Lou Browning, and Commissioner Marite Perez for participating. And which of you would like to give us a report? Okay. Commissioner Perez, would you please?
Yes, we discussed and we all agreed to have our current vice chair, Commissioner Huber, as our chair, and to have our Commissioner Levison as our vice chair
Okay.
for this year's slate.
Are you two willing to be candidates for that position?
I'm very flattered, and yes.
Okay. With that, we will open the floor. It would be appropriate this time to open the floor to other proposed candidates, if you so choose. Last call.
Can I make a comment? Because
Sure.
there was some discussion that I brought up. I guess what bothered me about this process over the past few years is that I felt like I had no opportunity for input regarding the nominating committee. And then the nominating committee, I did not even know who was being nominated until I come to this meeting today. And maybe there was an open discussion after that point, but I felt like it was just kind of voted on, it was decided, and there was no opportunity for input. And I would have liked, and I would like in the future, an opportunity to be able to also add input on the nominating committee.
Well, in the bylaws, the chair selects the nominating committee, and that has been that until someone chooses to change the bylaws. And in my recollection, we've never had any issue with, you pick three folks. It doesn't guarantee.
It's not it's one person picks three people, and then they select it.
Okay, so three people make the selection, and then everybody else has the opportunity to bring forth candidates. So I don't see any.
But then we don't even know, we won't even know who is nominated until we're at this meeting right now.
But I don't know who any of us could potentially nominate until this moment. So there's no advantage or disadvantage, and I'm challenged to understand, because we have 30 days now. So just an example, Commissioner Biggs could say, I want Commissioner Browning, and then that whole slate goes, we get to think about it for 30 days.
Right now, we can say that, even though I haven't even spoke to someone about possibly being as a candidate
But this
for
is the
chair or
time.
vice chair.
This is the time that we can do that. Say, hey, Commissioner Biggs, say, hey, Lou, will you do it?
Well,
I could easily say I respectfully decline. or something.
Okay.
and the person I was actually thinking is not here right now.
Okay.
So I can't do that.
You can still nominate them.
Okay.
And they can,
Then
they can turn it down or accept
I'll
it.
recommend Commissioner Gill.
Okay, all right.
For which position?
Yeah, which position?
I guess for chair.
Okay, all right. So we have two selections for chair and one for vice chair. We'll have 30 days to consider that. We'll vote on it at our annual meeting, as we always do. Okay, another line. Commissioner Biggs.
Commissioner Mattis, was there, I understand Commissioner Gill's not here now, but could you not have spoken to him prior to this meeting?
Well, I didn't know who was on the nominating committee. Maybe he
But
would
you
have
don't-
been one
You
on the
don't
nominating.
need.
But you could
you
have
don't
asked him
need the
still, I think,
committee.
right?
You don't need the committee.
But I didn't even know maybe he was nominated. I didn't know who was nominated.
But then he would have been just duly flattered to be nominated by you and the committee.
Well, I guess maybe I could have.
Yeah.
And I guess I thought we had been having discussion back and forth that maybe I actually thought I was going to be able to find out who the nominating committee had nominated. And I didn't find out until today that was not allowed.
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling to understand how that would have prevented the exploration of other candidates, regardless of who was on the nominating committee. Because we knew this selection or this proposal was going to happen today in advance, and so it seems like that conversation could have happened regardless of who was on the committee.
Okay, it didn't happen.
Commissioner Perez, do you want to say
I
anything?
was just gonna note that it was on our agenda last month. We voted on it, right? That was a vote, or was it just a presentation?
No, I brought forth
It was
I brought forth the appointees of the nominating
So if you
committee.
stayed until the end of the meeting, you knew who they were, you could have discussed it with them. I'm just saying we're giving.
There was no vote on whether we could add someone. This is the nominating committee though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, you did add someone, and that's.
But no, I
think that's
didn't for the
point.
nominating committee.
What's that?
I didn't add anyone to the nominating committee. That was not an
But that,
option.
it doesn't, you don't have to. you can freely nominate anyone you want in this moment.
I know, but I guess I wanted to have some selection on who would be involved in the nominating committee, so maybe I wouldn't be in this situation right now. You know?
Okay, well, we've had a long-standing practice of it being this way. I'm not saying just because you've always done it one way, but it sure has been tested over time, and this seems to be the first time that there's been an issue with it.
Maybe it's time to change it.
Well, we don't always customize for one commissioner.
Well, I could bring forth a
But
motion.
we can, what's
to
that?
Can I bring forth a motion to change it?
Change the bylaws?
Yeah.
How are you gonna do that? I mean, I think that's gonna have to be more than a motion here, I would assume. I mean, it's probably a lengthy process. But I'm not willing to do it 6:35 when you've had
I'm not
ample-
doing it
you've had
now.
2
I'm
months
just
to do
asking,
this.
can I do that? Is that an option down the road before we get to this point next year?
It would require, to change the way that the nominating committee is appointed, it would require a bylaws amendment, and then, of course, the bylaws speak to how you amend the bylaws. That's in Article 10. So to amend the bylaws, then you have to, the bylaws may be amended, repealed, or suspended by the affirmative vote of not less than a majority of the entire membership of the Planning Commission, provided no amendment or repeal shall be adopted until at least 5 days' notice of the proposal has been provided to all members of the Planning Commission. So minimum 5-day notice period before a bylaws amendment can be considered must be provided.
So it could happen at a meeting, just a general meeting. It can happen anytime during the next year, and we just vote on it?
If you have a proposed amendment, you can make that proposed amendment known, but you can't call for it as a vote immediately. You have to give at least a 5 days notice period. So let's say, for instance, you said, I would like to make an amendment to the bylaws right now, and here's what I would propose. The earliest that the body could vote would be at least 5 days from the date that you made that motion. And ideally, I would presume that it would mean that you would take it up at the next meeting. Correct. Unless there happened to be a specially called meeting or
And you
something like
might
that.
want to just informally poll your commissioners here to see if they have an appetite for that. That could be one quick way of dealing with it.
Well, I just think that decisions in general are better made if more people are involved.
Well, we have committees, and, we don't just, that's just the way that boards have been run in the past, the present, and I imagine the future, that we have committees that are designed and they're given duties to do specific things, just like the executive committee. Do we usher everybody into the executive committee? No, we don't. And these are just recommendations, and then you have the same power to bring forth a candidate just as anyone else, just as the nominating committee did. So that's,
I don't want to keep
I think, enough said. We are adjourned.